What's your last name?
Chris Watts, W-A-T-T-S.
What's going on right now around your house?
Right now, you got K9 units, the sheriff's department. Everybody's like they're doing their best right now to figure out like if they can get a scent, and see where they went. If they went on foot, they went in a car, or they went somewhere.
Her phone's here? Yeah. Her phone's here.
Does she work?
Yeah, she works from home.
Oh, from home?
She works. This is her lifeline. What else can I do with this?
My detective just showed up, so he'll probably want to talk to you. He'd probably, like I said, he might have you call at the bank and see if there's any kind of activity.
Because if there was any sort of action out there,
His camera's
I would have got it.
Like
Right.
we had issues the other week when people were stealing stuff out of like garages and stuff like that, and I had parked my truck
I
right
had
here.
to park right here.
Yeah, so someone
See if
I could
anything
see where someone tried to jim me with a flathead screwdriver.
Mind if you just want to go talk to him? I'm going to get his info real quick.
He's not acting right at all.
No.
He's never fidgety. He's never rocking back and forth. And if you look, he never loads his stuff in and out of the garage ever.
Right.
Hey guys, how are we? The time has come to cover Chris Watts again. BBT. Now that she's viral, she can afford to be fashionably late. So we'll hang fire and wait for a BBT here. Hey guys, the two Jackies in chat. How are you? Snip, Jay, Sarah. Always good to see you, Sarah. Hey, Pink Lady Luck, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, so myself and hey, enough, how are you? So myself and BBT have been meaning to do this for a good few weeks, and we're both so terrible at email. And speak of the devil.
I'm not the devil. Don't get me started. Don't get me. I'm in serious mode, Rabid.
Got you. Okay, sorry.
No checking around. This is professional.
This is BBT. This is BBT.
BBT. This is BBT. Oh God! Why'd you gotta bring her up? Did you get permission, by the way? Written permission?
Well, I was just about to ask yourself. Did you get written consent before coming here?
You did. Yeah, I did. I do my due diligence. Did you?
No, I was relying on yourself.
Dead, you're dead. Dead. Not like dying, I'm gonna kill you dead, but dead like she might kill you dead.
No, no. She
Yeah.
won't be able to find me, it's fine.
Can you imagine? Talk about a nightmare between last night, Diane, you, like, I mean, now tonight, you, me, you, Watts. Oh, it can't get worse. Can't get worse.
Can't get worse.
This is karma.
We shall soldier on regardless, right?
Yep, I agree.
So yeah, this is we've been meaning to do this for
I know.
a good
I'm
week.
we're so bad at email. I don't know who's worse.
It's a toss-up between the two of us. We're both
I
terrible at
know
emails.
you.
Probably me.
I'll just gonna blame you. No, I like I said, I have never even spoken the words Watts prior to like putting my video the other night. That was the most I've ever done on Watts.
Right, okay, because I'm really interested to hear your
Nope.
thoughts on this, because I do know you're well educated about this case, right?
I actually did follow this case. Yes, I did. I actually did this case with I did this case actually with my friend who stayed with me during this time.
Mhm.
My assistant
Your assistant.
my ass. Who was scared off by you know who, by the way. But anyways, but she we both like it was like when she was with me here, so we were just watching it, like it just happened to be on, and we both got into it, so we would like discuss it, her and I. So it actually was kind of funny. She would really, and she doesn't even follow true crime at all, and she was into that one case with the
There's
other
so, there's
3,000
so
Americans. You know,
I know, right? I mean, it's crossed the water, though. It's crossed the
no,
globe.
you're right.
This
You're
case.
right. It's
What is
crazy.
it?
Right.
What is a BBT about this case? Do you think? What is it that makes it so?
I think it's access. I think it's access to don't you think? Like I think
Yeah,
never has there been this much like like the raw footage, honestly, and that's what it is. Like well, like front like first hand account, like looking at it, you're experiencing it firsthand. I
yeah.
mean, that's my opinion. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, that's what I think.
No, I think that's the case. I think this was the first true crime case on YouTube that had, like you say, so much
Right.
put out there
It was
and
everywhere.
so much.
You didn't even have to like try to get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Couldn't
and
avoid
it's
it.
and I think it was the fact that he got caught so early, essentially, that he was basically in the middle of clearing his tracks when he was left with no choice but to come back to the house after delaying as long as he could to face the music, right?
What do you mean?
And
You just lost me. What do you mean? You saying come back to the house to face the music? What do you mean? Oh, you
so
mean
in the
yeah,
morning after he had done what he did,
yeah.
I think that he had Shanana in a shallow grave. I think he wasn't finished
I agree with
with
you.
his
Yeah,
job, with his tasks.
I agree with you. What do you think his next plan was going to be? What do you think? Like, oh, well, maybe we're jumping ahead. Should we go? I don't know. I don't.
No, fire away. I mean, we can go all over.
What do you think that he like? What do you think his like? What do you first of all? What do you think what like ruined his initial plan? Like, what do you think foiled it? And what do you think he was intending to go back and do or wanted to do, I guess, and or
Yeah.
maybe couldn't do? You know what I mean? We don't know really
Well,
how, you know.
I suspect it. See, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me to separate the bodies like that, right? Because doing it like that, it doubles your chances of getting caught.
You
Just
mean
by odds.
the
So,
kids? You mean?
well, no, the Shanann from the kids.
Okay, I got you. Yeah,
Um, I think he was somehow intending to blow up the oil tanks.
I agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You know what? That
To
like,
remove evidence, basically, right?
yeah. Well, yeah. I think the more the bodies, yeah. But honestly, the bodies, I think that was just because of the gas tank. Like that's what did it for me is that gas tank when he brought that in the morning.
He had it in the back, didn't he? He loaded it in the truck.
Yeah, the back of his truck, right? Yeah, and that was so. I mean, that's not needed. You don't bring that to work with you. I mean, he doesn't bring his own gas to an oil field, so there was no other need for that. You
Yeah.
know,
Justice for the win says, I have never heard of this case.
who said that?
Justice, he's been sarcastic.
He's lying.
He's been sarcastic. It's
Yeah, he is lying. That's funny. I even know that.
I kind of see. To me, I put this case. There's kind of like a holy trinity of true crime cases for me. There's Jodi Arias, Casey
Yeah,
Anthony, and this
yeah,
in modern times. You know.
yeah. No,
Um,
those are the biggest three. Yeah, I mean, those are, I think that those are about the biggest top ones that I've watched. Although I watched OJ, I was into OJ trial. That was my very first my introduction to true crime. I skipped school to watch watch that. I was in high school and I skipped.
it's still hard to fathom how OJ managed to.
I still don't even know. I don't
No.
understand that one. That's a case I'd love to go through.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I think, what do you think though? Like, foiled his plan. Like, do you think it was Shanann being late on the plane?
I see what you mean. I can't decide whether he planned it or not, or if it was a
What do you mean? You don't
impulsive
understand it?
action.
Oh no,
Hmm?
you really? You
I
think it was
can't
impulsive?
decide. What do you think?
You think it
Do you
was
think?
impulsive? Like he just flew off the handle?
Well, I can't decide. I'm not sure if it was.
I think he definitely got triggered by. I think it was absolutely said, right? And I don't even ever get into he said, because I just think all people lie. You know what I mean? Like that's but I think she absolutely said, or something was said, you'll never see those kids again, and that was it. Like I think that was the catalyst. I do. I think that, like,
So
I
you
think.
think it was impulsive as well? Then you think that set him off?
I don't
Or
know.
didn't it?
This is what I think. I truly think that he had thoughts about it. I don't think he went as far as to plan. I don't think that was the first time he thought about it. I don't. I don't think it was that
Yeah.
spontaneous, like what I'm making it sound like. I don't. I
Yeah.
think he absolutely toyed around with the idea. I think he's a big coward. In my opinion, he's a big
Oh,
coward.
I
And
agree.
right. So
This.
I
Yeah.
think that whatever. That's what I mean. I think he needed something like Shanann or her, even
Yeah.
and to push him over the edge, and then he could
Yeah.
blame them. You know what I mean? Which is essentially what he did. Blame them, or somebody but him. You know.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this is actually the most cowardly act I've ever witnessed in another human being, because I basically think he decided to do what he did simply because he was too cowardly to face the music of Shanann and the families. And it was just easier for him to do it this way. So he could just reset his life, control alt delete on
Yeah, but
his
you
life.
think he really thought he was gonna fucking pull this off? I mean, how
I think
stupid!
he did. Yeah.
You do?
Well, I'm going to go through the interview as well on the porch. And
Look at that smile. I just look at that smile. I guess he did think
I
he did
know.
pull it off.
Yeah,
The
that
answer.
smile, that smile's there for a reason, right? I'm
Yeah,
about
right.
to
It's my answer. You're
relate.
right. You're right. There's my answer. Yep.
There's during that interview on the porch that we'll go over,
Yep.
I'm telling you, BBT, there's Jupiter's delight going on. He actually thinks he's convincing at
Yep.
times. He's terrified at the same time. You
Yeah,
can
I
see
think
that.
yeah, like see, I see him doing a lot of self rocking. That's self soothing. He's not. I don't think
Absolutely.
he's as comfortable. Like when somebody's, it's called oscillating. Like when someone rocks like that, that's self soothing. He wasn't nervous.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying he wasn't nervous. He was absolutely petrified and scared and nervous. But I think more. But he was soothing himself by doing
Yeah.
that. So like
And,
that's what I mean. He wasn't.
and watch his mouth, BBT, right? He has this thing that he does with his bottom lip, pursing over his top lip. And I
Like
think
what did it-
it's because he's got no confidence in the words that are coming out of his mouth.
uh-huh.
So if you watch his bottom lip, it kind of purses over his top lip because he's terrified.
I always wonder if that's like, because I know what you're talking about. I'm always thinking that is he knows he's about to smile, and because you can feel yourself smile, you know what I mean? So I always think that he's trying to work real hard at not to smile. Truly, that's what I always thought. Maybe.
Could be that. I mean,
Like,
I read the smiles as him having his little moments of confidence, because he's hoping that he's being convincing. That,
he
you know,
didn't But like, I think like in this part, like he didn't even say anything. Like, I mean, I don't know. We should listen to it because I forget. But I remember like the whole comment about his T-shirt was that I remember like is sticking out of my head. Like him being like, "Chanel bought this one for me when she went away." Like yeah, like he regressed
Didn't
back
see
to like
that.
5 years old. I think he was standing in the driveway. Maybe there's another one. Maybe it's this one. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, it's the shirt he's wearing right there. I know it
Oh
is.
my god.
It's weird how he does it.
Hey Kells and chat, hey Justice. Ghost, always good to see you. Foxy in the Boxy. Love that name. Melanie S, how are you? Right. I don't know whether to play this interview first or just jump into the body cam.
No, play this, play this, play this.
You want to see the interview? Okay.
Yeah, I want to see this too. Yeah, both of them.
All right, hold on.
Because this will like give us like because but the cam is after he got caught. Like I want to see what before he like hit this idiot. Like
Yeah. Okay.
Chris Watts, WATTS.
Wow. What's going on right now around your house?
Right now, it's you got K9 units, the sheriff's department. Everybody's like they're doing their best right now to figure out like if they can get a scent, see where they went. If they went on foot, they went in a car, or they went somewhere. And right now, it's like they've been on point.
It's really obvious that he's just he's got these little memes on the download in his head that he's heard from television and from the news as to what a worried father and husband should be saying. You know,
right.
all his phrases are so cliche.
Right, and he's not confident. Like you can tell, he's like, you know what I mean. Like I would be like, don't even ask me. Shut up. Like let's talk about find my kids. Hello, kids. Where at? You know, like he talks too much already. You know.
Yeah. And I'm sure there's a few phrases that just scream red flags here.
Oh, you
From
know that
what I
cameraman
remember.
must have been dying because
I
he
know.
that's his job. He's first hand. He's got first view with this. You know.
I know, right?
I would be curious. That'd be a great interview to hear him.
It
What he,
would.
you know.
And just shout out if you want to pause at any point, BBT, right?
Yeah, I definitely will.
Hey, Broca and Justice, good to see you.
And they're going through the house trying to get a scent, and hopefully they can pick something up to where it's going to lead to something.
What happened? Your wife came home. Tell me what's
She came home from the airport 2 a.m. and I left around 5:15. She's still here, and like about 12:10 in that afternoon, her friend Nicole showed up at the door. Like I had texted Shanann a few times that day, called her, say, but she never got back to me. But she wasn't getting back to any of her people as well, and that's what really concerned a lot of people.
Like when he says like, like I remember thinking that was weird back then. Like, she didn't get back. Like he's saying to like, I remember thinking back then, like who cares? Like why, who cares? Like who cares if she didn't get back to her people? Like, you know what I mean? Like who cares what time you left? It was too much details all of a sudden, too fast for timing to, like he's nailing times. Like he's going like, at 12:15 I left and at 4:45 she came home and at 3:13,
He's got these little bullet points in his mind to
Right,
just make sure
exactly.
he gets out.
I mean,
But
think of
there's
how like
no urgency, is there? No urgency
he
whatsoever.
lost his two kids and his two babies and his pregnant wife, and this is how he's acting,
Yeah, I mean, he's just I think the way that he's viewing this whole process, because this is not long after the body cam footage, is to him it just feels like a necessary evil that he has to get through to get what he wants. He's imagining just a few days of this, it's going to be tough, but then everyone will just accept that they're missing. Poor me, poor Chris has been left, and he gets to have his cake and eat it.
Yeah, I just can't. I don't know how someone can be that stupid. Like, I definitely agree with the fact that he wasn't done with like, with the grave, and that's why he mocked it. But because I was like, even that, like, who's stupid enough to leave his bed sheet? I mean, might as well leave your address and phone number, and a dime, like a cell phone, like that ties right back to his house,
How on earth did he manage to leave that there? How?
What?
How do you think he managed to leave that bed sheet there?
How do you? I think he's an idiot. I think he really thought he was coming back. I do. I think that's why he broke that rake off and put it on there. That was a marker. He could find it. Absolutely, I think that. That's why
Definitely marker. Yeah, I just.
yeah, he used that. He could use that rake, right? And I think the sheet, honestly, what I think is, I don't think he wanted to be seen walking back, like carrying that sheet out of the because he couldn't drive all the way out there, so he had to like pull. He had to like bring her there. I mean, he didn't. From what I heard, he didn't drive all the way to the point. He drove along a lot of the way, but I think if he carried that, I think that's what I'm afraid. That's why I think that rake he put there.
How far do you think he had to walk? I never thought of that.
Yeah, he had to walk a good amount. Like I said, enough that that's where my first thought was. That's why he's afraid to carry that bed sheet. If he's walking away with that towards his car, that doesn't make sense. If someone rolled in and caught him, that's my thing. I think he, like you said, I think his next thing was, I'm going to blow it all up. Who cares? Leave it there. I'll mark the marker. Why he put the marker there doesn't make sense, because I would have thought he would use the bed sheet for marker, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
He has to have been intending to go back and do that. It's the only thing that makes sense,
Yes, I agree.
I don't think he had any notion how long he was going to be tied up when he came back.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he ever anticipated, like, being like held, like, you know what I'm saying, like, or, I don't know, like I don't know. He's an idiot. Sorry.
Yeah. See, this is the thing, and this is what Jules mentions as well. He is actually intelligent, but he lacks certain kind of emotional.
He lacks social
skills.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. But when I say like he's an idiot, I'm sorry, like I think that like I feel like he got fed that. I know this isn't right now, but I mean he got hand spoon fed that like that confession. Like he couldn't even make up his own confession. He couldn't even lie. Essentially, he had to get handed that. He didn't come up with that. Someone else did.
Yeah. That was
So
the old.
In that way, I mean, he really didn't even lie. He couldn't. He just sat there.
That's the only downside of the read technique. When they start off,
right.
If they're not having much success with a suspect, then they offer them what the suspect might believe is an easier confession rather than the whole shebang. Right? It's a way of getting them over the line to try and make it easier down the line. And he took that eventually, didn't he?
Took it right away.
Pretty much, yeah.
Spit it right back at him and said, "Yeah, she killed the kids." I mean, that's what
killed her, right?
Because the woman said, girls are bitches. So, and I think that was it. He was like, "You're right, they are. What the heck?"
So impressionable that he was even impressed.
He was a child.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that, and that's why I think that was clutch to put a woman in there. I don't think it would have worked with two males. I think that woman is fed right. She was another NK. She was another Shanann. She was another mummy. She was another, you know what I mean? That's why I think he rolled right. They played that. I think they played that phenomenal. I do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think he would have had. I don't think they would have had the same. She fed right into him. I mean, she was the one that essentially got it, in my opinion. By saying that girls are bitches.
Let's listen to more of this.
It's like she's not getting back to her. Like if she doesn't get back to me, that's fine. Like she gets busy during the day, but she didn't get back to her people.
And like you say, his arms are so tightly folded around his midriff.
Yeah, he's hugging himself. That's deep pressure. That's pressure, and he'll start rocking. That's total like self-soothing.
People, which was very concerning, and Nicole called me when she was at the door, and that's when I came home. And then walked in the house, and nothing was vanished. Nothing was here. I mean, she wasn't here. The kids weren't here. Oh, nobody was here.
What's your wife's name?
Shanann. SHANANN.
What's your kids?
Bella.
You see the lips there? Dry lips. And he's not confident about the words coming out of his mouth.
Not even the kid's name.
Yeah. And why did he say at the end there, nobody was here? He said,
because
he spoke about Shanann being missing first, then the kids being missing, then nobody was here.
I think he realized he fucked up. I think because he said nothing was here. Nothing was here. He said nothing was here, and I think he realized and he went, no, nobody was here. They weren't here. The kids weren't here. Shanann wasn't here. Like, I think he realized he fucked up. He said nothing was here. Like, meaning they were all gone. Nothing was here. I cleaned everything up. You know,
it could be a Freudian slip, because in his mind's eye, he knows the mess that was left at the house.
Right. I agree. Yeah, and he thought he cleaned it. Like, nothing's here. You know.
And the people out there that still have the theories about NK being around, they would maybe clutch onto that.
We'll get into that later. We got to save that one.
We will, yeah. Hey, Flor, Laurie, how are you? Jay, Crown Royal. I'll try and catch up with chatting a bit. And
I know I'm the worst at chat. I'm the worst at chat.
It's difficult. All right, let's fire on with this.
Todd's going viral.
Bella and Celeste.
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 Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. He just irritated. Like, he looks like put out. You know what I mean?
It's uncomfortable for him to say their names. Watch his throat here. Watch this gulp after he says the kids' names.
Wow.
4 in the Celeste.
Wow.
Celeste.
Wow, you can hear it.
Wow.
You can hear it.
No.
Could you hear it? I think you could hear that. He went, Goop.
Yeah, there's a kind of.
I wonder if that's because he was on the kids. Like, he was, because I would assume that the kids would make it. I would think the kids would make him the most nervous, because I don't know if the kids were in the plan. I don't know if they were, to my opinion, but
yeah. Well, as you say, we'll kind of get into a bit more of that,
because that's in the body cam. That would be part of it, you know.
Justice says his blink rate goes up too. Yeah, no doubt.
4 in the Bella's 4, Celeste is 3.
And so, how many times did you try calling her?
I called her 3 times, texted her about 3 times, just to say, you know, what's going on. Like, because after I called her and texted her once, it's like maybe she was just busy. Like, she'd just gotten back, you know, like everybody's probably calling her from her trip. She just got back from Arizona, and I figured she was just busy. But when her friend showed up, that's what it was like. It registered like, all right, this isn't right.
Do you think she just took off? Do you think?
I mean, right now, I don't even want to just like throw anything out there. Like, I hope that she's somewhere safe right now and with the kids. But I mean, could she just taken off? I don't know. But if
that's exactly what he wants everyone to believe, that they just took off and left him.
Yep, he was starting to plant could she have taken off? I mean, it could happen. Yep.
Yeah.
But I don't think he even believes it, like, coming out of his mouth, you know?
Yeah. No, you're right. He's not confident.
No, he's not.
Confident. But there's little pockets here and there where a smile comes across his face. Now, it could be what you said, and it's just a sort of nervous thing, or it could be that he thinks, oh my, I'm actually getting away with this. You know, I'm getting through this. I'm getting through this task.
Yeah, but there's dogs in there barking.
I know, right? I know. And you can hear them in the background.
They're getting treats. They're barking because they're finding something. You know, they're hitting on something. How, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they're not like playing, you know, lay down dog in there, sit up, you know, give me a paw. I mean, they're right. You can hear them.
Yeah, barking away.
Somebody has her and they're not safe, like, I want them back now. Like,
now.
Right now.
That's what's in my head. Like, if they're safe right now, they're gonna come back. But if they're not safe right now, that's the not knowing part. Like, if they're not safe, last night I had every light in the house on. I was hoping that I would just ran over by the kids running in the door and just like barrel rushing me, but it didn't happen. And it was just a traumatic night trying to be here.
Look at his face. His face looks like he's saying was that right? Was that good? Was that good? Like, he literally looked like he wanted him to say, like, was that a good? And see, he started rocking right through that. He lost it right there.
Yeah, he's looking for validation from the interviewer. Like, he needs to know that he's being believed, and I think that's why the little smiles come now and again. But I mean, just look at his face there on that freeze frame. As I say, he's constantly pursing those lips.
He is. He is. Yeah, he definitely is.
Terrified.
Relationship with the kids.
I mean, yeah, my kids are my life. I mean, those smiles light up my life. And it's like, I mean, last night, like during when they usually eat dinner, it was just like I miss them. Like, I mean, I miss telling them, hey, you got to eat that, or you're not going to get your dessert. And just like you're not going to get your snack after. I miss that. Like I miss them. Cuddle up on their couches. They have like a Minnie Mouse couch and a Sophia couch that they cuddle up on and watch, Bubble Guppies or something. And it was just like, I was. It was tearing me apart last night, and I needed that. I needed that last night, and for nobody to be here last night.
Why the fuck is he telling them what he needed last night when his kids are missing? Apparently, because he knows they're dead, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he does. Yeah, so he's already in like I'm the victim. I'm left without my kids. Poor me. Everybody died. Yeah,
I needed them to come and barrel rush me, make me feel better.
But even what he chose to like give as examples of were weird. Like he was not even natural about his kids. Like he couldn't even fake it. Like a simple question, like you wanted to tell him, like you missed telling him eat your damn food or you're not getting ice cream. That's the worst. That's the worst part of parenting, when you gotta like, come on, eat one more bite. That would be the last thing I would, say.
I know.
Like, you know what I mean? Such a weird, like, how about like taking a birthday party? And he did all that. He did do it, we saw them. It just
the first thing to come into his mind,
I think you were right. I think he knew he's dead. They were dead. Yeah, he knew exactly what he did. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing he says sounds like a distraught father. I mean, everyone, when they first seen this, before they had seen anything about the body cam or knew much about the details, everyone knew this guy was guilty.
I heard the cops were all sitting around watching this, and they immediately knew. Like they pulled, like I heard that they were literally physically sitting at the station and watched this interview live. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard. We'll have to ask Carolyn. I just should know. But you know what I mean? But they must have. I would assume they knew before this, but
yeah, there's just so many red flags in this interview. It's unbelievable.
Was this interview? Hold on. Was this interview the day? Was this one the day after he slept at his friend's house?
Yeah. It's the day after the body cam that we're going to watch in a minute.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
And to go into their rooms and know that I wasn't going to turn the rain machines on. And I know that I wasn't going to turn their monitor on. No, I wasn't going to kiss them to bed tonight. It was that's why last night was just horrible. I couldn't do it. I want everybody to just come home. Like wherever they're at, come home. That's what I want.
The lips. Wow.
Not those. I was gonna say, are those your dogs, dude? I'm not joking. Like that's like how loud. Do you hear how loud they just got?
I know, right?
They really went. They found whatever they just found was just now. Because I'm not joking. I literally thought that was like your house. It was that loud. I realized it was that loud before.
From what I remember, did the dogs not hit a lot downstairs in the garage?
Yeah, they hit a lot down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, can you rewind that? I just want to hear them like hit off.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Just a little bit.
And just watch him trying to swallow his own lips here.
His face.
I want everybody to just come home. Like wherever they're at, come home. That's what I want.
Wow.
Where was she gone for?
That's crazy.
She was on. She came back Sunday. You said that to you at night.
Yeah, because her flight got delayed from Arizona because of like other storms around the nation. So she's supposed to get home like 11. She got home at like 1:48.
1:48, dude.
Was that
back to the 1:48 and a half? Like, who does that? Who says that when you're doing? Like he couldn't think of why he loved his kids. When they whipped nuggets at my head. But she got home at 1:43 and a half.
Yeah,
Like,
and look at it. He goes. He's not changed from that position. I don't think.
well, he's rocking way faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely rocking faster.
Yeah, the panic. Like the longer the interview goes on, the more intense is the panic.
I can't believe those dogs. I didn't realize they were that loud.
Yeah, I know. Well, see, I did go through some of these interviews in the Bodycam to try and increase the quality of the audio, so maybe it's a bit louder.
Oh no, but yeah, but still, they all go off like no,
Oh
that
yeah,
yeah, they. I didn't realize it was like that. I mean, he doesn't even look like he clued into that. I mean, how can you not?
I know.
You know?
It was a Thrive direct sales. It was a local event that was down there between a bunch of leaders in the company.
And that day she was back, I mean,
I left work early that morning, like 5:15, 5:30. So like she barely gotten into bed pretty much.
this might be a tough question, but did you guys get into an argument before she left?
It wasn't like an argument. We had an emotional conversation, but I'll leave it at that. But it's
interesting that he basically admitted there that there was a bit of conflict, right? Why did he do that?
Yep. But how did that cameraman know?
What's that?
How did the cameraman know?
Yeah.
Like what a weird like maybe he clue. I think he knew.
What was the
Like
question again?
he said, "Where did you?" This might be a hard question, but I mean, think of like first of all, I noticed that the cameraman asked very few questions. Chris gives long-winded answers for somebody who's supposed to be desperate to find somebody, you know. So you would think he would show them. So my point is that so you're talking 3 questions after their names, basic shit, and then he pops in with this might be a hard question, but did you guys battle it? You know what I mean? Did you guys battle it out last night? You know? And he's
I don't think he knew though. I think he was just putting that out there to see what the reaction would be.
That's what I mean. What a question though. Like how about like you know, I think it is. That's a bold like I don't know. I mean it for I don't know. Like how about like you know, do you kids have babysitters? I don't know. It just seems like a I don't know. That was I think you got lucky then, I guess, you know.
Yeah, and you just don't know how experienced some of these interviewers are, you know.
Very experienced. Maybe he knew. Maybe he knew.
And I think him being so short and abrupt with his questions and allowing pauses is on purpose, right? Because he's aware that we just need to see this guy on camera, you know. If there's some uncomfortable silences, that'll tell you a lot about him, you know. I think that's on purpose. But I just want to hear that question.
Yeah.
Barely gotten into bed pretty much.
This might be a tough question, but did you guys get into an argument before she left?
It wasn't like an argument. We had an emotional conversation, but I'll leave it at that. But it's I just want them back. I just want them to come back.
He's almost done by this point in the interview.
I think he shit himself right there.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah, I think the guy was like, what the hell? Like, why of all questions, dude?
Yeah. There was something a bit too close to home there in that question, you know.
Yep.
And then
I just want them back, and he smiled and got all weird. Yeah.
Panicked. He's like, I just want them back.
Yeah, like he didn't know what to say. That's the only thing he could say. How about if you guys are out there like crying? Nothing. You know. How about I have to go? I gotta go look at them. He's looking at them like hanging out. What else you guys want to chit chat about? Yeah. You know.
And there's no pleading to the camera or anything that you sometimes see with
like
with, genuine.
Right. And I hate to say like, oh, I would understand if it was just his wife, which in a sense I kind of would not understand it would be weird, but his kids are missing, dude. That's a whole fucking another world of pain. Like you don't even stop to do an interview. Never mind like engage. Look, never mind laugh. You know his babies are missing, and his unpregnant kid, his pregnant wife.
Yeah.
Like that's not I mean. Yeah. You don't tough it out through that. You don't suck it up through,
This is why I Now, there's a lot of smart people out there, right, that
Oh,
actually have doubts about
where?
the
Where?
somewhere. There are some smart people, right, that do doubt the actual official story of what happened here, right, and they do question if he was responsible for all deaths. Now, I don't believe that, but people can make a case for it, right?
Yeah.
But
You know, can they though? You know,
well,
can they?
I don't think there's any evidence for it. I don't think anyone else was responsible for any of the
Right.
deaths, and I'm gonna show you a community post that I put up about 2-3 years ago, right?
Yep.
That makes my argument, and it's you kind of touched on it right there with
Yep.
what you were saying. Um, he just the only way that it could be anything other than him being responsible on his own is if um, he caught Shanann, right, and then went crazy because obviously it's his kids. But that would
What do you
presuppose
mean, Shanann doing what?
harming the kids. Okay, some people
Oh yeah.
believe that,
Uh,
right? I don't, right?
yeah. No. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's the only possible way that I think anything else could have happened,
But
right?
what would the evidence of that? You know what I mean? Like, who would? You know, what
Well,
would even say that it would? What's the evidence? You know?
well, people look into aspects of Shanann's character, the way she
Oh
was leading up
no
to this
way!
point.
That's crazy. Really?
Well, there's a whole bunch of people that have certain theories that they can link to certain aspects of what was going on before this, right? But the point is, right, what I think makes that um not credible is the fact that he would
Well,
have to have real genuine natural love for those kids, right, to obviously um take it out on Shanann after he witnesses what happened, right? So if that was the case, then when he made the first confession
yep.
that Shanann killed the kids and then
Yep.
he killed Shanann in retribution,
Yep.
then all this pent up emotion that he would have been holding within him should have come out like a tsunami at that point. And
Yeah.
it
You're right.
didn't. It
Yep.
wasn't there
No, it's because yeah, because it didn't happen. You know.
because he was responsible, I think.
Absolutely, he was. You know, and you know what the other thing too is, I'm going to tell you right now, like anyone that would ever even, in my opinion, this is my opinion, would suggest that a pregnant woman maybe it would happen, but I don't even think it would happen. I would love to see it happen, or I'm not. I didn't mean it like that. I would like to have seen if it had happened. Who's going to take the life of her two kids, her two babies while pregnant? That just, I mean, pregnancy is a extremely like, you know, natural, like, you know, I mean, it's not a, you know what I'm saying, like it is a,
Yeah.
it's an extremely like, it's, you don't, someone isn't, you know, being pregnant, it just happens, like, you know what I'm saying, like you don't
Yeah.
it's a very natural, like
It's
basic human.
biological, isn't it?
It is.
You
That's the
know?
word I was looking for. Yes, exactly. That's what I was looking for. Yes, exactly. It just, it's not something, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just is, that is so counter, like, it's not even, I couldn't even imagine that ever being,
Yeah.
you know, a scenario, truly,
Yeah.
without any symptoms. Like, she never harmed the kids or hurt the kid, you know, there was no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he never brought that forward before about her. He never, you know,
Yeah.
the daycare was involved, dude, they would know. They would know that they'd know that shit, you know? Is
Even
it
in a
no, you know, but
Even in a simple sense, though, right? Just looking at the odds, it's doubly unlikely that two people that happen to be in a relationship were both capable of homicide,
right,
right?
with no symptoms before, you know,
Yeah,
with no signs, no red flags, no mental health issues, no nothing, you know. I
and
agree.
like Snoop says in chat, um, if he wasn't some raging psychopath,
Yeah, I
um,
agree with her. Yep,
if that had happened, then why did he not just call 911? He could
exactly,
make his
exactly,
case. It would be
exactly.
understandable to a lot of people why he would do that to Shanann if that's what
Well,
was the
Well,
case,
it doesn't even make sense. Think about what you'd have to suggest happened. So you'd have to suggest, right, that somebody said that this father flipped the fuck out, right, and murdered his wife for hurting the kids that then he put in an oil tank and said, bye bye, fuckers." You know,
You
like
know?
it does. It's like jumbo shrimp. It doesn't even make sense. Like, you know, Like if he's that protective where he's going to murder for those kids, right? Then he's certainly going to respect their bodies enough to try to save them, or I don't know, maybe give them a burial. I don't know.
It makes zero sense. A loving father that would, take such retribution, to the mother would not then
exactly. It doesn't
respect them, putting them in a
doesn't
goddamn
align.
oil.
Right, it doesn't align. It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? If you're gonna murder for those kids, and you know what? I'm a mother. People do it. I can understand right? But you're not then going to take those kids and discard them like garbage. That doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Snoop says 99% of parents call 911 and attempt
Right, yeah.
CPR even when the child is beyond help.
Especially if they're not protective. Like, look at him. He's ready to murder for those kids,
Yeah.
So
I'm just gonna finish off this
that's fine.
panicked interview here.
I'll stop it.
He's so desperate to get to the end of this,
Yeah.
And if they're not safe right now, that's what's tearing me apart. Because if they are safe, they're coming back. But if they're not, this has got to stop. Like, somebody has to come forward.
You spoken to her family, like her parents?
Oh God. Do you know, have you heard of Peter Hyatt, BBT?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, so Peter Hyatt, for anyone that's not aware, is he's a specialist in statement analysis, like a linguist essentially, and his profession is analyzing statements by suspects for law enforcement, and he has his own business, and he's got a whole bunch
I
of
never
people.
heard of him. That's crazy.
Check him out. He's really good.
That being a thing,
Yeah. And like, if he was listening to that, Chris literally said there, it has to stop, right? To me, that's him basically saying, this interview has to stop. It's like, it's a kind of Freudian phrase,
Yeah.
It has to stop. He literally is saying it to the interviewer. End this now. Let me go.
I'm about to lose my shit.
That's what's tearing me apart. Because if they are safe, they're coming back. But if they're not, this has got to stop. Like, somebody has to come forward.
I think he also caught himself.
Was that?
I think he also caught himself though, real quick. But like, I think he catches himself. I do. Like, if they better come back. If they're not going to come back, then this has got to stop. Like, he didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
Because it's stupid. He knows he sounds stupid, but I don't know.
Someone's got to come forward. It's these memes that he's heard on television and movies.
It's true.
Been in constant contact, like, every hour. I mean, everybody back in North Carolina and the East Coast. From Maine to Florida.
What is her parents saying to you? Like,
They're just like if they need to get on a flight, just let them know. Because they feel helpless right now because they're on the opposite side of the country. Colorado is. You can't just drive around and look. It's just like,
yes, you can.
Really what you're looking for. That's what the cops pretty much.
I know, right? You didn't make any effort at all.
Right, exactly. That was a huge red flag. Like, yeah, who would say that? Yes, I'd drive around. I'd walk around on my hands if I had to. Any parent would, especially if they're going to kill for him.
I know. Yeah.
That first day, I was like, I want to get out and drive around this. You wouldn't know what to look for.
Your kids,
What is law enforcement? What have the police or the sheriffs or your neighbors? What's police saying to you?
Look at that.
What they're doing right now is with
your neighbors. What's police saying to you?
Oh, you actually heard him.
Yep.
Swallow there.
You did. You really put the audio in good.
What is law enforcement? What have the police or the sheriffs or your neighbors? What's police saying to you?
Oh my God.
What they're doing right now is with the canines in the sense. I think this is the biggest thing. This is the biggest thing they've done so far, because yesterday the Federal Police Department did all the searching of the house and tried to gather whatever information they could. And with the detectives, officers, and sergeants, and today it's, obviously with all the activity that's around, it's there's a lot going on around here, and I really
This is just memes that he has in his head. A lot of activity. There's a lot going on around here. Okay, Chris.
Seriously.
We believe you.
My God. This is so much worse than I remember.
hope that all this can lead to something positive.
What did
That's weird too. Like, how about bring my kids home? You know, something positive. Like that could be find the killer. You know what I mean? Like, how about bring your kids home? I would. That's hoping bring my kids home.
Yeah,
You know,
I know. So
he avoids it. Like he feel. You know.
Yeah.
they see anything? Did you ever see anything?
No, like we've the police department went door to door asking, like cameras and everything, just like nothing.
And
Suck
my
that
last
lip,
question-
Chris.
Feel free to step in. My last question is, if your wife can see this, if she can watch these, what would you like to tell your wife and your kids?
Shanann, Bella, Celeste, if you're out there, just come back. Like if somebody has her, just please bring her back. I need to see everybody. I need to see everybody again. This house is not complete without anybody here. Please bring her back.
He's definitely laying the groundwork for please bring them back. What if they ran away? You know?
Yeah, please come back.
Right, exactly. He said, please bring them back.
Yeah. That is so chilling.
Bella, Celeste, if you're out there, just come back. Like,
What do you mean if you're out there? Where else could they be? They
right,
have to be
right.
out there
That's
somewhere.
That's a good point. And you know what? If ever he was gonna cry, it would be now because he's talking to the kids, to his wife. You know what I mean? So if he was gonna ever lose it, it should be now. Is what I mean to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He should not be able to contain himself. If he even if he's capable of holding him shit together, you know, people grieve together. I've heard it all. Yeah. He should be bawling hysterically right now because he's talking to his kids. You know.
Yeah. I mean,
In my opinion.
you have to be left with no option but to deduce at the end of all this and the way he behaves through the interrogation after his confession. Whatever he felt for those kids isn't what you and I and everyone in chat would recognize as love, you know.
You know what's weird though? I've seen like multiple videos of him where he was engaging, sitting down with them, like doing all the right things how you're supposed to engage with the young kids. You know, I get it to eye contact with them, let them play. Like I really watched him a multiple times through many videos of games playing with them. How he shielded them from falling down, like he did. I mean, I will have to say that. That's why it messes with my head even more. But he did do that. You know what I'm saying? Almost burn. I probably will get out. That's my channel's gone now, but you know what I'm saying. But I should say I didn't see that with her. As now, granted, she worked. I get that, and I totally support. That was a full-time job for her. It's probably the hardest job in the world. She should get all the credit in the world for doing what she did. You know, I don't disagree with that. But he did get down on that ground multiple times with those kids. You know.
Yeah, and if we're trying to be as fair as we can and try and forget about the retrospect aspect of it and try and forget what we know, what happened, what he did.
Right.
I think most people would have acknowledged at the time that he was the more loving parent out of the two.
He definitely, from everything that I looked at, like scouring just to see how, because I did want it, because it was like even playing Santa, like, you know, I know guys that would be like, I don't care what you say, I ain't putting it on, I ain't doing it. Like, I'm serious. Like, there's nothing you could do to get somebody. Like, I know people like that. You know what I mean? Are they good parents? Maybe not, but I'm just saying that, like, he did that. You know what I'm saying? He did do, whether she told him to or not, he had to do it, you know? I mean, like I said, he wasn't on his phone constantly. He was like, you know, I'm not giving him crap. I'm not defending him, but
Oh, no, yeah.
you know, I know you don't care, but I just can hear you know who. But you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, and like I said, she was working. I give her all the credit in the world. He should have been doing that. You know, he should have absolutely been doing that. But it doesn't
Doesn't add up, does it?
It doesn't add. No, it doesn't. And like I said, I don't think the kids were initially in the plan. I think that the little girl walked in on it. I do. I think that's how it kicked
Yeah.
off. Um,
And like Sarah saying in chat, she thinks that he did truly care for those girls. Let's just assume that he really did, and or I'm wrong to say that he couldn't have loved them, right? Then
yeah,
how do we explain what he did? I mean, just take the actual homicides out of the equation, and just the disposal alone to me
you're right.
is
I know.
inexplicable.
And it's funny is that's a good point because I was just gonna say I was gonna just defend or not defend, but I was just gonna give you an answer for the homicide and not. And you're right. There's no excuse for you're right. But I think my opinion is that honestly is that people are very good at compartmentalizing.
Yeah.
And it's a learned technique, and it's he's the type that's obviously is capable of doing it because he's doing it right now. Whether he's psychopath, whether you can label him anything you want. It's the behavior that I'm watching. And he
Yeah.
is able to compartmentalize. And I think that he, just like you said, he knows where they are. He knows what he did. And I think in his head, he had no choice. So that justified it. You know what I mean? For him, like
Yeah.
she walked in on it, then he was almost doing her a favor, like in his head.
Mm.
Like that's how I feel like I think it's a coping mechanism. Like I think it's a bunch of bullshit he told himself. Obviously, look at him. I mean, and
Yeah.
he's also the type of dude that like it doesn't surprise me that he's doing well in prison. You know what I mean?
Is it?
Because he's the type of dude like from what everybody said, like Shanann told him what to do. Like he was very submissive to women telling him what to do.
Ah, see what you mean. Yeah. He's
What
good
is
at rules, isn't he? He's good at following rules.
exactly what is jail? Jail is you're going to eat at this time. You're going to sit down at this time. You don't have bills. You don't have to worry. You don't nothing. You don't have. That's his world. That's you're going to thrive in that world, and he is. Sadly, I couldn't believe that first interview. Remember,
Have
he
you
was like,
heard that? Yeah. Have you heard that he is doing okay in prison?
yeah. Remember, he was like, they were like, how's jail? He's like, not bad. And then he was like, oh, we have chocolate milk and spaghetti. And I was like, holy shit. Like, that's it. He is thriving because he's still being told what to do, you know?
See, I would be just talking about the aspect of whether he loved those kids or not. I'd be kind of tempted to agree with what Justice says there, right? This would have been my argument up until now, is that he was basically playing the role of the husband and father. Psychopaths have learned behavior from watching others, right? He knew what he should be doing. He knew how to do all the right things with the kids, but was he somehow just numb inside emotionally, you know?
What do you mean? You mean like when he was like what I was saying, like when he was playing with the kids?
Yeah. Was he just acting out the role, that
I
he
don't. I
knew?
don't think so. My opinion is that's not a role that's not. He looked too natural. Like
Yeah,
people act those roles behind closed doors. Like I mean, out in public. He didn't even know he was on camera. One of the times I saw it. You know what I mean? Like that.
yeah,
That was it for me. Like it's not like he was posing to the camera. He wasn't the social media dude. She was. If anything, she was probably guilty of. You know what I mean? Like not in
yeah,
that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but like I didn't think that with him. I think that it goes back to like he's detached. He has
yeah.
no he can't even there's no like connection between like feelings and like so he's able to like behave like he likes his kids because he thinks he does because like you said you're supposed to
Uh-huh.
but I don't think it's like he's not like playing. I don't think it's like playing a role per se. Like he thinks he loves them. You know what I mean?
Right, got you, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
he loved. I do think he was capable of love. I do. I think. But like I said, I think that for whatever he did in his head, whatever he said to himself that made this justify this or made this appropriate in his head,
uh,
he definitely came to terms with it.
yeah.
That's what I don't understand.
And
You know,
it's almost a scarier thought, if he actually did genuinely love the kids, that he was capable of putting them in those tanks like that, and most likely killing them, right?
I
It's
agree.
even
Yeah,
it would, it's
all of
almost easier
you're
just to
right.
believe that he was a psychopath, right? Because that makes more
You're right.
sense.
Well, I think a lot of people do because they say like, but you know what I mean? Like, because if he's a psychopath, then he's like Carolyn, like he's bad. He's bad.
Yeah,
Nothing else matters. He's a monster. You know what I mean? But if you have to humanize him, forget about it. She can't. You know what I mean? Like you have to consider him a human, then it's, it all falls apart because it doesn't make sense and it's scary. And that could be anyone's husband or anyone's father or anyone's brother or.
Yeah. Snoop says, I don't think he had the emotional maturity to love deeply, so when it didn't
Yeah, I
suit him
agree with that.
anymore.
That's a good point.
Sarah says, when he was making Cece's bottle, entertaining her, he was natural. Shanann wasn't warm with them, letting them
You know,
party.
speaking of that, that's true. That's another point. That's to go back to what I was saying is truly to think about. He backed their bags, dude. Like that's a fucking lot of shit. That like, you know what I mean? Like he not. That's not just you don't you. That's not a playing a role. You know what I mean? You don't play
Yeah,
and take them to birthday parties and take them to like like you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like it's not like they were watching like like he did that stuff. That's what we saw. So I mean you can't. People can't have it both ways with the guy. People don't turn over psychopaths one night. They don't turn into psychopaths one night.
Well, let me show you where my head was at this was about 2 years ago, right? When I first actually covered the Chris Watts body cam and the interviews. I don't know if I would stand by all this right now, but I just thought it'd be interesting. This is what's cool about doing this, BBT, right? Is to look at this 2, 3 years on,
Yeah,
afresh, to
read it.
revisit it.
Yeah, read it.
So this is what I was saying back then. This was my argument as to why he had to be guilty of all the homicides. So something to think about for anyone out there that subscribes to or considers the theory that Shanann was responsible for smothering the kids in a rage. This theory rests upon the notion that Chris must have strangled Shanann out of an impulsive act of retribution. This retribution rests upon the notion that Chris must therefore have truly loved the kids to enact this. So surely, if this was true, he would have been trying to conceal a great deal of trauma and sorrow over the loss of the kids, whilst he was portraying ignorance over his family's disappearance during the immediate aftermath, as seen in the body cam footage, the interrogation, etc. Although this is circumstantial, I believe his consistent behaviour and body language during the body cam and interrogation almost prove that this cannot be the case. I believe it reveals that he made the decision to end the kids' lives. The subconscious cannot hide real trauma and sorrow, showcasing itself subtly through our facial expressions and our body's physical behaviour. Chris, in fact, showcased the exact opposite. Nervousness and anxious panic, yes, he didn't want to be caught, but also many instances of smiling and laughing, like in this still shot from the porch interview below. He looks almost triumphant, but never any instances revealing the trauma that must exist in a genuinely loving father who knows his kids have just been killed. Even once he took the option of the first confession that Shanann did this, where was the tsunami of emotion for his kids that certainly should have been released once he no longer had a reason to withhold it? It simply wasn't there. His painful emotions were all for himself, I believe. So, for anyone espousing this theory to have any credibility, you have to explain how all this was possible, how a loving father, suffering that trauma, was unable to exhibit any of the emotions and behaviours at any stage in the aftermath that you would expect to see. The entire theory hinges upon this point, and everything else conjectured in support of it is almost mute unless addressed. So how do we, if he did love those kids, how do we explain the void of emotion that should have come from him once he confessed to killing Shanann, but Shanann killed the kids? It wasn't there.
Yeah, I think that was very well written. Where do you feel like you've changed? Like what do you think
Because,
has changed in your thinking or whatever?
well, because it's been such a long time since I've even thought about this,
Yeah.
I'm contemplating the thought that maybe he did genuinely love the kids, and there's another explanation behind his actions or behavior. Is there something else that occurred? Is he just partly responsible? I don't know. I really don't. I can't.
I think
I
he's
can't
fully
figure it out.
responsible. I do. No, but there ain't a person in the fucking world that's going to do life. People that have like lifelong loyalty to other people, dude. The kids, their own flesh and blood, aren't going to take a sentence. They won't even take a week jail. Never mind a life sentence, dude. No way. There's no way he's covering for that. Nobody could convince me. Nobody. Do I think she was somewhat involved? I think she knew more, but I don't think she was involved. I think she knew more.
Oh, I don't believe at all that NK was in any way involved at all. Certainly not. If anything was possibly to happen, I don't think it would involve her. That's
Yeah.
my belief. But like I said at the start, I do believe he is responsible for it all.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I
But,
do. Do you think she was in on the plan, or do you think she knew
No.
about it like after?
NK? I
Oh,
don't think.
Okay,
I
wait.
don't think she knew.
Hold on. Do you think he dug those holes?
Yeah. I don't think NK did anything.
But when do you think that he did dig that hole? Do you think he dug that? Do you think he went out there, dug the hole, and then went back? People believe that.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I would, if I was to guess, I think he just did it all that morning.
That's a pretty shitty hole, I guess. What, right?
Yeah.
Like she was really shallow grave, right?
Yeah.
So it couldn't have taken. I guess that probably answers my question, because he obviously didn't care enough to, like, if he did that the night before and he wasn't like, if he wasn't panicked, you know what I'm saying? If he wasn't stuck for time.
Yeah, he would have done a proper hole, wouldn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I agree. So maybe, yeah. So I think that, yeah. Do you think the kids were alive when he drove there?
That's what I was going to talk about actually later on. Yeah, I just don't know.
I asked you first.
Well,
I don't think they are. I don't.
It's that footage of the truck though in the shadow. It is quite convincing, and I can play that a bit later.
Yes, because you know what, dude? I talk about editing. I became obsessed with that shadow.
We all did, right?
Oh, but I was starting to worry about myself. Because I was like, oh, and even like, and I truly think, truly think when he bends, I think when he bends down, right? He's not bending down for a kid. I think he was bending down, and that was Shanann. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I think he was in that trash barrel. I think he used that to move her. I don't think she was in a sheet and he dragged her out. I don't.
I want to take a straw poll. I'm trying to think how to word this question. Guys in chat, type a 1 if you agree that Chris is wholly responsible and no one else was in any way involved. Type a 2 if you have doubts about that. I think that's
Wait,
the easiest.
explain involved though. Like, so, like, are we saying like involved, like somebody was aware of it or knew about it, or?
Yeah, even if you think someone was just aware of it, then type a 2.
Okay, that's a good
one. If you think Chris was wholly responsible,
from beginning to end, yeah,
from beginning to end, yeah.
Like, see, then this, like, I think his father knew, but I think he told his father when he picked him up at the airport. Absolutely, I do.
I think so too. Yeah.
And I can prove it too, because I heard them. I heard, when they're talking in the thing, and this is another thing I was obsessed with. But when he was talking to his father, he absolutely said they think that I'll have to think about it, but I remember people were like, oh my god, he did, like, remember how he like mouthed something to him and when they were together by themselves. I spent like 2 months trying to figure out what he said, and I finally figured it out. I remember.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Yeah. It's so hard to hear.
And
his father.
Really, it was
so difficult to understand.
Once you get it, you're gonna you'll get it.
Yeah, well, I've got that. I think. Oh, I do have that clip actually. So play that later.
The other thing I picked up on too is that one of the cops very early on, and now this was what I brought. I remember saying this on Carolyn's panel. Remember, I was like, I brought up like that. He actually, you can hear him say, I think he says like license or something, or his ID. I have the dude's ID. So they were on to Chris way before all of this. because I remember him saying I have the dude's ID or something like that. I know exactly where it is, so I can show you.
Oh, in the body cam, yeah.
That's the body cam. Yep, it is. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
by the way, folks, if anyone would like to come up and join us on panel, you're welcome. Anyone that would like to contribute to this and share your thoughts, I'll just bang in the link there.
Snoop is one with conditions. Snoop, no.
Jackie says, just to add to Rabid's point, if she did it, he'd be so angry he certainly wouldn't want to cover for her.
Exactly. And he wouldn't
After
hurt
all this time,
her.
yeah.
You know, like what would make him better than her if he did that to his kids? Like how, you know what I'm saying? Like we talk about a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Only I can hurt my kids, you know.
Yeah, and just to highlight the point of that community post, that's his smiling face on the porch there. How's that smile possible, BBT?
Like that's a big smile.
It is. It's like sometimes, you know, if someone's not is smiling but it's a fake smile, it'll be kind of up on one side and not the other. That's
Yeah.
a full clown smile.
That's like I'm like excited smile.
Yeah,
Like he's
that's
showing
like
teeth, like yeah.
that's like I lost $5 and won the lottery.
Yep.
Smile.
That is like I think you're right. Like I think maybe he feels like relieved he's over it now. Like he's done with this interview, you know.
Yeah.
Because what else produced that smile, you know?
Yeah. So most people put a 1. So most people obviously do agree that he's fully responsible from beginning to end. There's a couple of people that have doubts.
Yeah.
Yeah, Angela. Jupiter's Delight. Without a doubt, that was sneaked in there.
I don't think I've ever seen that letter. I don't think I ever saw that. I've heard about it, but I don't think I ever saw it up close. That's crazy.
Yeah, did he write this? I was comparing it to. 'Cause some people think he didn't write this, but I was comparing it
did.
to some other writing of his. Like
What do you
this.
think?
I think it is his writing.
I do too. I did the same thing before. I wasn't questioning in my mind that I think it's absolutely. I didn't hear anyone doubt it.
Yeah.
Because you know, look at the spaces. The spaces are so telling that you can't fake that. You know.
And look at like the
Yeah, he's
eye.
the wrong way. He slants the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean that's really like he's got really like, you know, very specific writing, I think.
Hey Lisa L, how are you? Good point, Snoop. You think he wrote the note but not the date. See, that's the other point, BBT.
Oh, that is a good point. Yeah,
Date,
that's a good.
does look.
Yeah, no, she's right. Yeah, that's a weird 8. I'd like to see numbers. How he wrote numbers because there's no other. You know what I mean? Like, do you have numbers that he has compared? Do you have
Yeah,
numbers?
I'll check that there. To anyone that can't see that, it's supposedly a note that Chris left with his family. To whom it may concern, and this is before the murder, to whom it may concern, if anyone gets this letter, I would never do anything to hurt myself or my children or my wife. If anything happens to me, please investigate my wife.
See, that's weird, Rabbit. That doesn't even really make sense. Like, so if anyone, how would somebody get that letter, right? I would never do anything to hurt my kids. What? So then, like it says, or my children or my wife. But he didn't say himself. So if something happens to himself, why would they investigate the what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it would make sense if he said, I would never do anything to myself. So investigate my wife if I turn up dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like, he wrote, if anyone gets this letter, I would never do anything to hurt myself. Oh, he did write myself, sorry. Or my children or my wife. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But why, if somebody gets that letter, like why was he anticipating the letter would show up, in his pocket dead? You know what I mean?
The only way that makes sense is if he truly thought that Shanann was capable, obviously, of the worst act possible.
But then you don't write a letter like that to whom it may concern. You know, like if something, like you say, like, I'm concerned about my kids.
It does feel like, it does feel like it's been written with the knowledge of what's happened, like after the event, doesn't it?
That letter's always been suspicious. Like, I can't tell if it if it was written after, or I can't tell if he's premeditated it. You know?
Okay, so there's other numbers, but
Oh shit! I was looking for an 8,
I know.
but yeah. Well, look at the dots. He did use dots, so I guess that's. I'd be curious about 8s. Because he did use the dots, but.
Oh, hold on, there's another one over here. Oh, there's an 8.
Oh yeah, look at that. It's different. It is. It's different.
Yeah, the circle at the top is bigger than the bottom.
And this, yeah, it looks like on the other note, somebody did 2 circles, like circle, instead of like the around the 8. You know how they like other times did you do the 8?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like I don't know how you make your 8s, but I don't do like circle.
I think he's gone like that.
That's how I do it. Oh, you do? Okay, I thought it looked like the one on the right looks like a circle, I guess. No, the right, the second 8 on 18. The first.
Oh, that one. Oh,
Yeah,
I got you.
that one.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's tough to tell though with that, both of them. The 7 is very different though. Like, look at that 7. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a rare. People don't make their 7s typically like that. You know.
Yeah. All right, guys. So let's get the body cam on the go. This is fascinating. This body cam, just to observe his behavior.
Yeah, I know. I did like that. That. I'm staring at that letter. I don't know now. Now I'm like skeptical about if it's his writing. No, I don't think it is. I don't know. Because he slants. Look at the way he slants the other way in that other the other email. He slants the right way in that one. See that? He does.
Like that.
Yeah, he slant. That's the right way. The other one is slanted the other way. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
And look at the Chris. Like, do you see the? Sorry.
All right.
But I don't think those are the same. Look at how you write. But you don't. People don't change the way they write their first name. You know what I mean?
It's so different, isn't it?
It is very different. I think. Very different. I would never.
The RIS looks.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Well, the R is right, but that could be. But the H is not, and I mean, I just don't ever think that you would ever vary from your. I don't know.
You would assume it'd be the same every time, right?
Yeah, at least slanting the right way. You know.
Food for thought, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. So this is obviously him. He's on his way back from the site, and Nicole and her son are at the house.
What's that?
Do you remember me?
Yeah.
Hey man,
How you been?
Hi.
You Nicole?
Yes.
Okay. So what's going on?
So my friend, we were out of town for a business trip this weekend.
All right.
And I dropped her off at 2 o'clock this morning. She's 15 weeks pregnant. She wasn't feeling well, and she had a doctor's appointment this morning at 9. And I told her to let me know if she needed me to take her. She's got 2 little girls, and she was very distraught over the weekend. Wasn't eating normally or drinking, and we kept trying to force it on her because she's pregnant. Her husband and her supposedly are separating, but she didn't know that. She thought they were just having issues. He disclosed that to me today.
Okay.
Because I called him and I was like, have you talked or heard from Shanann since you left for work this morning? Because I can't get a hold of her. I called, I texted. Her car's in the garage. Her shoes she wears every single day right in the front door.
She only has one vehicle?
No, they only have the one vehicle in his work truck.
Okay. That's what I'm asking. There's not a...
The girls and went on a play date, but they're 4 and 2. She went on a play date. Why wouldn't she take in a car? They're both in car seats.
Rabid.
And she had a doctor's appointment this morning at 9.
Yep.
Do you think that this is like what do you think that do you think this is where the whole it went to shit right now, like for him?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. I mean, because as I was saying,
he was burying them or like disposing right now, right?
Yeah, the fact that he couldn't because he delayed coming back here. They kept. Nicole kept phoning him back, when are you coming? When are you coming? And he kept sort of putting it off, saying he'll be there soon because he was busy, right, at the site. But he knew he just didn't have time to go through with the full plan.
Do you know what time she called? What time she called? Did they say? Well,
I would have known. I would have known in the past, but I've forgotten a lot of details. You know.
that's okay. I'm sure Chris will bomb in and tell us at 8:26 and a half.
If anyone in chat can remember, then
I can look it up. I'm just curious. So you can play. I'll Google it.
cool. And just holler out if you want me to pause.
Okay,
for a
thank
minute.
you.
And she didn't go to the doctor's appointment.
Okay. No answer on the phone. Husband's on his way.
Supposedly, but he said that 50 minutes ago, and I called him again, and he said he was 45 minutes out still. And I know the code to the door.
You do?
I do, but there's a thing on it. There's a, no, it'll, even Chris, everything to do it. There's a, they have the thing flipped up here.
Oh. What about the garage door?
I don't know.
The alarm.
Do you mind calling him and seeing if we can get a passcode to this and get me permission to go in?
Okay.
I'm just gonna check the back, see if I can see anything.
There's no way to get in.
Right. I just want to look in all the windows, make sure I don't see anything out of. Do they?
Do you know, Baby T, I've heard some people, there's all sorts of theories, that run the whole gamut, of the scale, right? But some people actually believe that the NK was in the house at this point.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. You wait. No, you wait. NK was at the house during this right here.
Yeah. I've heard
Really?
that before. I've heard people say that, yeah.
I thought you meant because I also heard like people idiots saying that like NK that the other Nicole slept over and all that bullshit.
Oh, the friend, the one that's
Yeah,
there just
this
now.
Nicole right there. She slept
Right.
overnight or whatever. I heard that. It's stupid.
The shift doesn't work on the outside.
Oh, it doesn't?
Yeah, so they're gonna start on that one and start on the one over there too.
Rabid, how would she have escaped? Because they didn't ever leave. Once they appeared here, they didn't ever leave here. You know what I mean?
It was there was some theory that she left through the back window or something. I can't remember.
She's not a ninja.
Like a ninja. Yeah.
Yes, just flew out. This is they're miraculous. Finding it. It was weird. There was a laundry basket flipped upside down.
Where was it?
Like in that window, there's a laundry basket flipped upside down.
Oh, all right. I never noticed
That was weird. I did think it like that. Like I don't know if she was climbing in and out of the window of the basement. I'm not. So I wouldn't not like I wouldn't put like I wouldn't flip like I wouldn't dismiss that.
If anyone in chat thinks NK might have been involved, type a 1.
But I don't think she was like tucking and rolling out the back door, with the cops
Yeah.
there, and no way.
If you can't enter the house unless you see signs of.
Yep. I've got to have more unless I get consent from him to go in.
If you don't, you can't enter.
Because it could be grandparents came and picked him up. It could be a lot of things. She left her phone. Her phone's dead.
And it doesn't change anything even if they are pregnant.
No, I mean,
It's different rules, but they're all about.
yeah, you got your Fourth Amendment rights to the house.
Yep.
I can't violate that.
Yep. Told her that.
That's why.
I'm like, no, they won't.
No, not. I mean, if I saw her laying on the ground, something like that.
Saw signs of a fight or anything.
I could get a hold of the kids. No, mom's not answering.
Can't see him.
I got nothing right now though. How you doing? You see?
And that's the neighbour, isn't it, that had the security footage calling out over there.
Yeah.
There's actually 2 or 3 in chat that do have thoughts that NK might have been involved. Snoop says her phone ping still bothers me. Yeah, there's that phone ping.
I agree. That bothers me too. That's the one. Yep.
There's from what I gather, I'm no expert, right? But I believe phone pings are just they can be quite unreliable, you know, in terms of specifying locations. But it must mean something, right? I mean, she must
My
have been somewhere nearby.
my theory was right with the phone ping because that really flipped me out, right? And like I could go back to getting flipped out by it, but my thing is I think I've convinced myself that a phone ping seems so straightforward even back then that the cops would have had that would have been an easy if she was involved. I don't think that I have more faith in cops than that. You know what I mean? Then
There must have been enough doubt, you mean, yeah, over that.
right, yeah, like that if she
Yeah.
was that if that ping really meant anything that like or like that I don't believe in coincidences that much, but you know what I mean, like that's freaky. That morning, that 4 a.m. the only call that's ever pinged, right, or whatever time right at the morning, you know.
And Melanie says, I think she might have been just going to see if he was really sleeping downstairs, like as if she was stalking him. That's possible as well, you know, because this is the other reason, just to go back to the whole idea of whether it was premeditation or an impulsive act, is the fact that NK had been saying to her friend that she was having doubts about the relationship, right? And she had also said something to Chris about the kids, about it being a problem, and when are you going to leave them and things, you know? And I remember thinking that to me, because that was only like 2 days prior to the murder, like maybe that was what set him over the edge. You know, that he had to just erase his issue, you know, to be
Right.
with NK.
I think. Go ahead, sorry.
Because I don't know about you, right, but I think he was utterly head over heels for NK. I think he was enchanted.
You do?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was back to like I think it was back honestly I don't think he was. I think it was the same idea of like it was another woman to tell him what to do. I think she was just as like I think she had the same type of personality as Shinyan. Like I'm gonna tell him. I think he relied on women telling him what to do, and he was fine with. Like I said, I do. I think that to him equaled like love. Like she's telling me what to do. She cares. She, you know, like my mother. You know, like in his world, I do. I think, and like I agree with you. I think she definitely was probably more encouraging. I wouldn't say she like I don't think she went and gave an ultimatum. I don't. But I think she definitely, you know, maybe probably supported the idea or pressured him. And I think that's what it was, is he had no choice in his head. And then he panicked and then it all fell, you know what I mean? Like once he committed to her,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean he couldn't even like use a like a debit, like use cash to pay for that, like you know what I'm saying, like he couldn't even get himself out of that, like Rabid, you know what I mean,
Oh
like
yeah.
when he paid for that restaurant, yeah, when he paid for the bill, you know what I mean.
Some people think that he did that intentionally so that Shanann would see it.
Do that though, Rabid, right?
I don't see him doing that. I don't think he's that kind of guy.
Do that. Like that's a very small thing that who would think to say, like, with all he's got to fucking think about, he's gonna think, well, I'm fucking gonna tell her this way. Like why tell her that way when you can just sleep with the girl, you know? I mean, Jesus, you
I
know,
mean,
like
I get it that he, as I said in the beginning, I think he's a coward to the bone, I think,
that's
right?
what
So
I think that's what it was. He didn't even know, he didn't, unless someone told him how to get out of that mess, he doesn't know, you know?
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
I agree with that, Sarah. Like it was more lust than love. I mean, he probably thought he was in love. I mean, he had to Google how love
that is
makes
weird.
you
Yeah,
feel, right?
yep.
But
He wrote, how do you know if you're in love?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he Googled. How do you know
But
if you're in love?
but I truly do believe that he thought that this enchanted is I can't think of a better word. He was under her spell. Now I'm not saying that was like she's a witch or anything, right? Or that she's to blame in any way, but from his perspective, it was a spell. He was just he would have worshipped at her feet,
But you know
you
what
know?
though? But everybody assumes that he looked up how do you tell if somebody's in love about himself. How do we know that he didn't look it up to tell if she was in love with him? I
Yeah,
think that's what
good
he was
point.
looking.
Good
I think
point.
he didn't know how to tell if somebody loved him. You know what I mean?
That's a great point, DVT.
That's what I think. I
Yeah.
never thought that it had anything to do with him figuring it. Like I just don't think that someone's going to sit there and be like, at age 40 whatever, and having an affair. He was ready. He was getting laid. That's what he's focused on. He didn't care about love. That's my opinion. You know what I mean? Like I just truly think that he was so swept up in that
Yeah.
like he was infatuated with love. Like then I think it was like, how do I tell if she loves me? Is my opinion.
Yeah. I think he had just never ever been capable of being with someone like NK because, not to disrespect Shanann, right?
Yeah.
I'm really not.
No, I
But
know.
NK was the mirror opposite of Shanann, you know?
That's why I think he didn't know if she would like it was hard for him to read her. I
Yeah,
But himself. Like I don't think he was struggling at 40. Like, what is love? Like he's not into feeling like you know what I mean? Does she like me? Is what I think he was looking up.
yeah.
Think you're right. Like I don't,
How
I
do
don't.
you because you've done some study in psychology, haven't you? Am I right?
Yep.
BBT? Yeah,
Social
yeah,
work. Yeah, same thing.
yeah.
Behavior analyst too.
If you had to guess, right, like what kind of if you had to give him
Mhm.
a disorder, what type would you give him?
So
Psychopath,
Well,
NPD?
first of all, like you really can't even guess. Like Jules and I were talking about this last night. You can't anyone that like even like I can say is a narcissist. I can say that he's. I don't think I don't really do labels, but
Yeah,
I, I look at his behavior and I
yeah.
think honestly, I go back to what I've always said. Now he had a psych eval. I do know the results, and he's not mentally ill. He's not. He's not a
Okay.
psych. He is not. He had a full battery of men, and I have no reason to doubt that was those scores weren't like realistic. I know they were, but I truly think he's that disconnected. Disconnection is not, he has no connection to emotions, feeling, and he depends on people telling him what to do. And that's why he made that confession the way he did because she told him to, and it was a woman. And
Do you know that word disconnected is that's a good word that
yep.
actually
And I
really
think he
hits
has
home for him.
control over it. I do think he's able to like compartmentalize. He's able to say, like, put his kids out of his head and say, like, that's it. They're gone. Like you were saying, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
but I do. I think that's how he survives. I do. And when you do that, you can't process anything like technically because you're almost like, separating yourself from the ability to do that. Right. So that's why he depends on people telling him what to do, you
Mhm.
know? He has
Yeah.
to not be told what to do, or think about he didn't even know the password to the bank account, Rabbit. Like I'm really that's he depended on his wife. Like
She did all the finances, didn't
yeah,
she?
yeah, and he wasn't afraid to, he wasn't even afraid to say it. He wasn't even embarrassed to say it. He was like, like, no, I don't know. She did all the finances because I sold a quad for like double the. You're an idiot,
And just on that same point, there's a part when he's dying a death in front of the his neighbor's security footage,
That
and he
that's gold.
turns. It's gold, isn't it? He
Yep.
turns around, and he's obviously struggling to think of what the hell to say, and he looks up at the cop and he says, "What will I do now?" or words to that effect. He's looking for the cop to tell him what he should
Exactly.
do.
Yep.
I think he wants the cop to say, "Okay, we've got all
Right.
we need now. You can just go home, Chris,
Exactly.
and we'll
He
be in
doesn't know
contact."
he doesn't know what to do. Right. Yeah, it's sad actually and I think that started with his mother. I do. I think I think that started with his mother long like that he became so I mean even with his sister, did you like I heard a phone call like with his sister and the way he talked to his sister was just very, very like he almost like played the little, he became a little brother, you know, like a little boy. Like, did she go to, did you like her dance recital? Like, what the, you know, you're doing life, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was just a weird, like, you know, it's like that's what he's supposed to ask his sister, you know.
There's obviously something really deeply embedded within him from childhood and related to his family and things, you know. Do you think he's maybe a bit on the spectrum?
I think no, I really don't. I think
No?
he's just a bad person. I do. I think he's a bad. There are people that are just evil people that do murder people, you know, and murder their kids. And I guess if you can, but I mean, think like it appeared that those cops enjoyed his company. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Mm.
that like, so he seems like, my point is that he's. I don't think that's an act. Like, I don't think he's out running around duping the world. Like, he's
Mm.
not smart enough. I
Yeah.
think he just, like, I think it's, for him, it's as simple as he can be not a good person, but you know what I'm saying? Like, for us, we think good person wouldn't do this. He thinks I can be a good person and then I can murder my kids and that can be separate, you know?
Like you say, compartmentalizing it
Yeah, yep,
somehow
yep,
and justifying it somehow in his head,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah. Rationalizing it, yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
Any of your neighbors today? No? Okay.
Why, what's going on?
Oh, we're just trying to get a hold of her. Felt like she wasn't feeling too good and pregnant, and they were just concerned.
No, I know he works in the oil field, so he's on certain days and off for
You didn't see her today, though, any outside or anything?
at all.
Okay.
That's not anything.
Right.
So I'll be forwarding to the kind of more pertinent parts.
Do you think that like this neighbor, because this neighbor struck me a lot too, like, because first he lied about them fighting. He used to say he heard, which would make sense if he did hear them, because he seemed to clue into this real fast, like this kid, right? I can see him being that like nosy little neighbor that probably like looks at every car that drives down. But even with that, I think this dude picked up on his like his presentation. Because the other thing is, why didn't they see him like taking the bodies out on that camera?
Well, because he backed in so far into the garage, though, right? That he was.
Yeah, but he didn't he go alongside the, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just feel like yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know.
But that's the thing. Most people, I think, believe that he put the bodies in the back seat rather than in the actual bed of the truck, right?
That's what they said, right?
Yeah.
Always was led to believe. You think they put him in the trunk? I mean, in the bed?
Well, I was just realizing that he only went back into the garage so far to cover the bed of the truck, but
Why
not the
would
back
he
seat,
put him
right?
in? But did he have a cover on his bed?
I don't know.
Because if he didn't, then that wouldn't
Don't
make
think
sense.
so. Yeah, I
He's
don't
not
think so.
going to drive 45 minutes with a body laying in the back of his trunk.
He surely would put them in the back seat, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I just
But
noticed this.
yeah,
What's
there's
that?
the laundry basket. Yeah. See it?
It's a bit
It's
weird, isn't it?
it's flipped upside down so somebody
Yeah,
could go in and out of that window. Yeah.
that is weird. I've never noticed that before.
Yeah. Yep. So that's my thing is when I don't think she tucked and rolled out of here like a ninja style. I don't. I really don't. I don't. You're not gonna she was, you know, but I think she's been in and out that window before. Someone has.
Looks that way, right?
It's so out of place there, that laundry basket, you
Yeah.
know.
And like as we all know, they were pretty OCD about
Yeah,
keeping the
right.
house
That's
spick and span, everything
that
in
was
its
a
place.
organized basement, right? Yeah. Flip it upside down like that right by the window,
Yeah.
you know. And look at how shielded you see, you know what I mean?
Yeah, with that fence there, right?
Exactly. So if somebody was going in and out of that window, I mean, you blocked for the whole world. It's great. That's a, you know.
Yeah, I think she's diabetic, to be honest with you.
Oh, is she?
Something with her blood sugar, I thought. He said the same thing. Yeah. My mom knows. So, the diabetic. Yeah. Oh,
Is there a key code, Sandy, to open the garage from the outside? What is it? His mom's gonna get it.
Okay.
This is her parents.
Alright, what's the key code of the garage? Danny's house. The cops are there.
Well, I can't go in, but if they allow you to go in, I have to have the property owner's permission to enter.
Something's going on.
Okay. Well, he's the property owner.
They told me Shannon was at her girlfriend's house.
Do we know who that is?
Do we know
Or
who?
phone number?
He didn't say.
When did he tell you that?
He needs acting funny. I don't get it. What did he say?
He told me that Shanann didn't take the girls to school this morning because she was going to go on a play date, but her car's here.
Yeah, so that was his first lie to them, wasn't it? That she didn't take the kids to school or to nursery because she was taking them on a play date with friends, I think. That was his first attempt at basically getting rid of Nicole there. That was his first story. Didn't work.
And then he told Abby that Shanann left him $1 0 and 0 2.
Okay. It was Chris, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Chris, Officer Coonrod for the police department. Pretty good. So, do you have any idea where your wife is? Okay. Right. What my concern is her car's here. They're saying she is diabetic. I don't want her, if she's upstairs and can't respond. Okay. About how far out are you? Okay. All right. Thanks. Dispatch, Trek 981. East Stage Medical. This female is diabetic. Unknown if she is home, though. Husband is on his way.
He said how long you took him to get
He said like 5 minutes. So he's about here.
here. He told us 4 to 5 minutes 2 times in a row. He told one of my mom's friends that he was on I-45, so the interstate pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And we waited the time we were told. The mom called again. He said he was still on it and to wait another 45 minutes. So he's just been giving us.
You there, baby T?
Yeah.
Baby T.
Yep. Sorry.
What's her son's name again? This guy. Do you remember?
Chris, right? No, yeah, it's Chris, I think, too.
Oh, is it?
I think it was, right?
Could be. They'll let us know in chat, I'm sure. But anyway, he was just telling the cop there, like what I was referring to earlier, that Chris kept putting them off and making excuses to be late. He was buying time as much as he could, you know. So he was just letting the cop know that there. And
Yeah.
yeah, like see, just looking at the traits there, like maybe he's not a psychopath or a sociopath, right? But
I
he
agree with
kind of
traits. Yeah,
he
I
kind
agree
of
with traits.
fits that, doesn't he? More than this.
But diagnosis is I don't agree with the diagnosis. He's not diagnosed. They did it. You can't release findings if he had mental illness. That's HIPAA. You can't, but you can say there were no findings. I know he didn't. They didn't. I know they didn't find anything.
They can get it wrong, though, right?
You don't become a
I want a
sociopath
second opinion.
overnight. So he had no other tendencies. No one saw a thing. They thought his own mother-in-law self-admitted loving him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. I know what people are gonna say. Well, that's because he's a sociopath. But you know what I mean? Like, you don't become a sociopath. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's just my. I know he wasn't diagnosed with it. You know. I agree with tendencies. He definitely has traits.
Yeah, I
But
suppose you can have the traits, but not, you know, qualified to actually be diagnosed as.
right.
And so many of these diagnoses, they're so kind of fluid and interchangeable, and like Dana's saying in chat, they're considered like psychopath and sociopath. They're spoken about as if they're two separate disorders, whereas in the DSM there's only one term which covers both of them, right? Antisocial personality disorder. So I'm going to fast forward up to when Chris finally arrives here, and just I've always found this so bizarre. The way he runs up to the cop and shakes his hand as if, you know, it's some sort of social gathering event. It's really weird to me. And it's kind of weird as well that he goes round to the other side of his car to do something when he could have
Do you
reached
think he
it.
had something in his hand? Like, what do you think? Like, would you think he
Oh,
had?
oh, let's watch this. Here he comes.
I'm here. Hang on. Yeah, keep me on the phone. Okay, get me on the phone.
Scott, how you doing? How's it going? So this is the only vehicle she would have?
Only one that, yeah.
And he's on a mission here, isn't he? How quickly he runs through up to the car here.
He's
What
desperate.
is he doing at the car? He has to get to that car before
Yeah.
them.
I think it was the ring. I think it was the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
that's
he runs inside, and then I'm fucking positive he goes upstairs to do
it
something.
was something. There was something that was so so imperative that he
Yeah.
couldn't. You know what I mean? That's why I think what else could it be? The ring. The ring played a role in it. You know, he brought the ring out, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? It almost makes sense. Like, he's like, look what I have. You know, because he has it. You know.
I so wish Nicole had chased after him here, you know, to see
I
what
know.
he was up to. And because he didn't just run in up the steps and open the door, he was rushing upstairs to do something. And you don't hear him, you know, shouting out for his family, do you, when he goes in there? Why, you know, if he was terrified about where his family were, you wouldn't just casually open the goddamn car door. You would, if anything, you'd have a quick glance, see no one's in there, and get inside, right? Try and
Yeah.
find
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
They could be lying, like Shanann could be lying on the floor, like unconscious.
Yep.
Good drive? Okay.
The cop must know at that point that this is weird. Why is he in the fucking car door like that?
I know. I heard that the cop didn't clue in until like after he watched he didn't even sound he sounded skeptical of the neighbor. in my opinion. And when he wasn't like, yeah, dude, he's definitely odd, you know. Like you
Well,
almost sound like he, because he even said to him,
maybe
"You believe, you know? How would you feel?"
he was maybe just conscious of not trying to give too much away to the neighbor. You know.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it was that. Yeah,
I have my
that's
suspicions that there was maybe a knowing sort of head nod to the neighbor or a wink, you know, between
oh,
them.
okay.
Maybe I get that
Yeah,
impression, but you may be right. I don't know.
I don't know, but yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, hey, Callie. Peace, love, and lies. How you doing? Sunny O. Jamie, great to see you.
That's me. Yeah. The neighbors went and checked his camera and they said that I like car drove away at 1. It was me though. That was me. I dropped her off.
That was the last action on my camera.
Good.
Hey, Veronica.
That's throughout the whole day, or?
Besides Chris leaving?
Well, yeah. I was
What about the? There's no way you can look for today during the daytime.
What? Frantic. The girl's car seats are in the car too. So if she left with a friend, she would have took the car seats.
I can go look if he doesn't find it.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Huh? Chris is in the house. We're standing outside of the house. Can we go in the house?
That's how much time elapsed before he opened the goddamn door for them.
He definitely didn't go right up there. He definitely didn't.
Yeah,
You know.
that's a lot of time.
Yeah, definitely.
We can.
I mean, that's up to him. It's his house. If you guys.
Nikki, I'm giving you permission to walk in my daughter's house.
Mind if I come in, Chris?
Yeah.
You checked upstairs. She's not there. I just want to make sure she's not passed out somewhere. Is she diabetic? You mind if I look around? Okay, thanks. Oh, you're fine. Oh, you're fine.
Dog's able to sniff them out. Like, you know what he did. Jeez.
I know, right? Dieter's trying to tell them. Dieter
Seriously,
knows.
he's the dogs. He's like, you guys, come on.
And there's a bit coming up here, BBT, right? That is such a chilling moment. It's the moment when they first, Nicole's son finds Shanann's phone,
Do
right?
you, yeah, was that true though? Was it, because I heard that, like, that I heard, did you think that's what he stuffed down the cushion? Like, because that doesn't make sense that that would be there. You know what I mean?
Could be, yeah. I mean, it could be when he went upstairs, he was putting the ring where he put it, and he was putting the phone down the back of there, hoping that they wouldn't find it.
Yeah. Because, like, think about it. That phone is so out of place. Like, that, I do think that I was like contemplating whether it was the ring or the phone, or maybe both. But because I think like that phone just doesn't make sense that it's there. But it does make sense if think about if he was rushing and he didn't know what to fucking do, so he just stuffed it. You know. That what a find for that kid, huh? Though to find that phone.
God, I was on mute there. Dana, can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah. How are
Oh,
you?
good. Hi, guys. I'm pretty good. How are you? I haven't
It's
come
been a
on at YouTube.
Yeah, it's great to hear you.
It's been a yeah. I've been working a lot, but I have a little bit of time off this week. So this is, it's been 4 years, and I'm still like, I think about this case a lot. It's just one of those cases that it's so shocking that this could happen, and none of us can understand it because none of us are psychopaths. As I said, I don't know if I put it in chat, but I work with really hardcore. I don't presently. I work with sort of more. I don't work with gang members right now, but I used to for a long time, and I don't think I've ever diagnosed anybody as having, an antisocial personality disorder. And these are people who commit crimes, like really pretty hardcore crimes, mostly adolescents who I work with. And I also work in drug rehab, and people who've committed pretty hardcore crimes, not murder per se that I know of, but uh, break home robberies, and anyway, lots of violent fights, and I still have never met anybody who's capable of behaving the way Chris Watts behaved after committing such gruesome and horrific, evil crimes that we just can't understand it because it's so outside of the realm of being human.
Yeah, it doesn't add up, does it?
So no, it doesn't add up. The only time we see this kind of behavior is in psychopathy. Now, I know that he wasn't diagnosed as a psychopath, or as we say, antisocial personality disorder, but I'm not his clinician, and if I were, I'm willing to bet that I would have diagnosed him as such, because he meets the criteria that we seek. There's, number one, there's just simply no conscience. When immediately after the crime, for a person who isn't a psychopath or antisocial, if we were to find out that somebody we loved, a family member, a child of ours, our spouse, if they just died, we wouldn't be able to cope normally. We certainly wouldn't be able to eat pizza as he did when he knew that they were already dead, and was lying to the world like, I don't know where they are. So psychopaths don't know how to fake being compassionate because it's foreign to them. It's completely unknown. Like it's asking a machine or computers to say, feel bad for me. They don't know what you're talking about. They can be intelligent.
They can only mimic it, right? They can only see
it. They can only mimic it. It looks like this when people are sad, they shed tears. And so let me do my darndest to shed some tears. And they say, if only they were here. I just wish they could, run into my arms again. No, you don't, because you got rid of them so that they could never run into your arms again. You did it on purpose. And you aren't feeling the kind of sadness that we can even imagine in any way, shape, or form. Because I'm a parent, and many of us are. We would be unable to crack a smile for a moment in time. We wouldn't be able to breathe normally. We certainly wouldn't be able to, carry on a conversation as if everything was okay, just that my wife and kids are missing, and isn't that a bummer? That's not what happens with a psychopath. They can't fake it because they don't understand empathy, and they never will. And we don't know what causes it. We do believe that there's a predisposition. In other words, that there might be a biological component, believe it or not, to psychopathy. So if we have this incredible, let's just imagine that if we have a lot of predispositions. We don't know what causes one person to like liver with onions. We don't know why. You're just sort of born with these, or I like watching drama-filled, I don't know, chick flicks, but my fiance likes watching action adventure. We do believe there's a biological component to a lot of those likes and interests and temperaments. What we don't know is what causes somebody to act on. So if you're sort of predispositioned to not having a whole lot of empathy, that doesn't nullify you from being just a good person. You can still do really well and not be the one who falls apart at, a puppy getting an injury, a little, I'm trying to think of a splinter. I was the kind of mother, I'd watch commercials about Pampers and I'd cry because I had just emotion. So it doesn't mean that I necessarily chose who I am. I think I am who I am, and I do with it what I choose to. I choose my behaviors. So if I weren't an empathetic person, it might be more difficult for me to feel bad for somebody else, but it wouldn't cause me to do something harmful to somebody else because it will benefit me. I am an empathic person, but there are some people who aren't. We don't necessarily hold them accountable for being an asshole because they aren't. Sorry for me cussing. I'm just tossing out some ideas.
It's all good here.
Can I just say that?
Sorry.
I do disagree because I think that, like, so basically what you're saying is that he, like you explained, like you compared to like your clients, that I agree with, right? I agree with psychopath, as I know that they are, right? But you don't turn into a psychopath. Chris didn't even he's never had a speeding ticket. Like, he's never broken the law. Like, you're talking about, I agree with you, bank robbers. There's like, there's all sorts of, like, they're fraud. They'll cheat, they'll lie, they'll steal, they'll just take things off the shelf. It's not a subtle disorder. It is an extreme, like you said, you never even seen. I never have either. I've 20 years been doing, never, you know what I mean? But
right.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like, he did get down and talk to his kids. I think he has tendencies, but like, he was able to. I mean, 2 women were in love with him. Shanann was in love with him.
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying is, like, you can't. I feel like that's like saying jumbo shrimp. You can't say, like, he's a psychopath, but yet he was able to have a job. They didn't have any clue about him being a psych. Like, those people steal from jobs. They fucking they.
Oh yeah.
They have no. They have no care about their cars. They have no they have no sense of, like, response. They can't function. They end up in jail.
Well, I mean, so it's fluid. There's degrees, I believe. I think I used to say years ago, when in the 80s, I'd be like, well, because I'm really interested in true crime, and I was way back then, and I would do like deep dives on Charlie Manson and Ted Bundy, and I'd be like, oh, there you go, he's a psychopath. Okay, that's what he is. And then I kind of came to realize that not all psychopaths go out and kill people and don't feel bad about it. But there's a lot of psychopaths who can, like, in other words, they can be high functioning. They can be, I hate to use this comparison, but I would say in the early 90s, I'd be like, well, look at Donald Trump. He's the CEO of,
he's high functioning, and then he murders in the same sentence. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not diagnosing Donald Trump, but I used to say, but he's really mean to people. But he's the CEO. He's more than a CEO. He was a successful businessman, but he treats people badly. And I think that a lot of really successful CEOs and people who rise to the top, they don't have time necessarily, and it's part of the reason they're successful, to worry about the people they've sort of swept along the way. They've kind of pushed out along the way. And I think in our tribe of people, we kind of need folks who are able to do that. Like, all right, I know you feel bad for the puppy, Dana and BBT, but come on, we've got a business to run. And so I think that there's varying degrees of psychopathy. So if you look at Ted Bundy and say, well, he's committed evil after evil after evil, over and over again behaviors, and yet he was able to, I think he wasn't quite an attorney, or he was becoming an attorney, he was in law school, he was high functioning in a lot of areas that people could say he was a good guy if they didn't know. He played the part of a good guy. He knew how to mimic a very charming guy.
You know,
Right?
what's also just about Ted Bundy, the other thing to bring up about him, because I was discussing this on a previous podcast, Ted Bundy, because I didn't know much about Ted Bundy up until that point. I just had a kind of cartoon vision in my head of who he was. But it was fascinating to actually observe him in long form interviews and learn more about his background. And it was so clear how genuinely charismatic he was and
Yes.
how easily he was able to charm
Yes.
both genders.
Both genders.
He had no need. Like a lot of serial killers, they have to kill because it's the only way that they can satisfy success in their head with the opposite sex, right? Because they can't go to a bar and they can't chat to to a woman and be successful. Ted Bundy never had that problem. In
Right. I
fact, he
mean,
had
he
the
was
exact
successful.
opposite. He
Right.
was
He
very
became a
successful.
really good mimic. It doesn't mean that he felt um, compassion or friendship for anybody, but he was really. I think there are a lot of people who can act the part. Okay, so if for me to be successful, I need to put on a happy face. Okay, I can do that. Check. And I mean, I think we all, to a certain degree, look here. I'm going to think of a really weird example, but in America, I don't know if this is true in Scotland, but when somebody takes your picture, they'll go, smile. And you can be having the worst day of your life, but you kind of feel like, well, I got to smile. I'm getting my picture taken here, depending on what the situation is. But I've always found that peculiar, even as a kid. I'm not smiling in a lot of pictures, and I happen to be a very positive, happy kind of person. So I just felt like, well, why should I smile right now, big and strong? Because whatever, that's just my own weird stuff that I have. But I'm just trying to say that we can all sort of act the part. We can put on a happy face. We can rise to the occasion, even if what's going on the inside is a lot of sadness and or depression or rage. And we all experience those emotional experiences. We all experience anger and sadness, and all of us. It's part of being human. And from time to time, rage. It's a human experience, and it's what we do with it. Ted Bundy murdered women and tortured them and had sex with their dead bodies. It's outside of our realm of understanding. It's not part of
Unbelievable
who.
what he actually did, isn't it?
And that's a psychopath. That to me, like that. Look at the difference. I mean, that man, like that's the difference. Like Watts is not like per se a murder. Yeah, he's a murderer, but he's not like he wasn't. He
Well, he's
wasn't.
not a sexual deviant, and there's there's that.
It wasn't even like he had the urge to kill. It was like I think he got desperate. You know what I mean.
Mhm.
He's a coward, and like
Yeah.
I think he's a bad person. I don't think every person that murders. I think it's like it would be crazy to say that like that he's able to like hold himself together and lead a. He didn't. He murdered, so he wasn't able to conduct himself. That's why I'm saying like.
Sure.
Like I feel like and not only that, but like you don't live 40 years, have a marriage, and then have it change overnight. You know what I'm saying? You don't turn into a psychopath overnight. Like like I said,
Definitely.
I keep going back to his mother-in-law. They loved him. They admitted that.
Yes.
You can't. I don't think he's not smart. I don't think he's capable of fooling the world. Like
Right.
I think he's detached. He has no. I think he was. His mother. I think he's depends on. Like I said, he has no connection to. He loves to be told what to do, and when he's not told what
Yes.
to do, that's why he's doing well in jail. He doesn't.
Well,
even
I think BBT that I think that's part of the unless I'm completely mistaken, I thought he was diagnosed with dependent personality disorder,
How
and I
could
can.
That's why I'm so confident. Like because
Yeah, no, but I think that, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'll bite. That's totally. I've been wrong a lot, but I'm saying I thought he was diagnosed with that, and I could see why a clinician, a psychologist, whomever it was, some sort of psychotherapist would diagnose him with that. In addition, I mean, however, I wouldn't say that he leads with that. Go ahead.
Think about it. Like you gotta hit criteria. That's not an easy diagnosis to satisfy. Like to meet criteria. Like how could you even do a criteria when a murder is like once? So prior to that, so you're gonna base all of these mental illness on one murder. You know what I'm saying? Like
completely, I agree. Yeah. Well, you would have to. It would have to be an ongoing. Since adolescence and before, there would have to be evidence of conduct disorder and opposition of defiant disorder. Blah blah blah. And I don't think they can find it on Chris, but I don't think it was documented. And I don't think he comes from necessarily. I mean, I'm just sort of thinking out loud. Give me just 1 second. I don't think that the family he came from and maybe the community, I have no idea, were the kinds of people who would really look in deeply into what's going on with this guy's psyche. I think that the family he was raised in, and I mean, this is just based on a few, I've only watched them during the case, but it seems as though they're interested in his achievements. He was a wonderful boy. He was on the sports team and he did really well. And the things that he was able to accomplish were sort of how he was. It seems to me, and this is just based on a little bit of information.
He was defined by his achievements.
He was defined by his achievements that were considered to be sort of kind of like narcissistic mothering. Like, look at my boy. Look, my son over there. He's the whatever sport he excelled in, and whatever he can do this, and he's shining and bright, and he got a lot of kudos for being well behaved. And my guess is he went, okay, that's how I'll get my needs met. I'll be a good boy, quote unquote, good boy. I'll do what my mama wants me to do, and she'll smile at me every day and brag about me.
That's a psychopath. That's like a codependent relationship where his mother feeds him just as much as she, like he becomes
absolutely
like that's what I'm saying. That's why I think, like, honestly, I think people like him, I think that like I agree with, like, he had to, because so if he divorced his Shanann and he didn't see his kids, what would he be? That to him it was worth the risk to try to see if he could pull off that they ran away or got the aliens than to ever take the other way and say, oh my God, I'm not going to see my kids, or
right. Right. But I think that's the defining difference, is that most people would say, God, this, like I was married for a long time and I have kids with the man I was married, and I got divorced. I didn't kill him. Not at all. Not even a little bit. I mean, I was really mad at him and I gave him dirty looks a lot. And I said some unkind words to him because we were going through divorce. And that's another story that I'm not going to get into. But my point is, look, so Chris Watts, what he did, it wasn't the one incident that I think we could make that diagnosis. It was that everybody went, God, he was such a good guy. He was the perfect dad. And he seemed to be, in terms of his behavior, if you're just looking through the window, you would watch a good dad. He's attentive. He makes his, kids their lunches for their preschool, and he's doing all the good boy, the good boy things that his mother and or the whole world would go, isn't he a good guy?
Only when Shanann called him and said, you got to pack the backpacks. Don't forget, they got to give Cece, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So, like, what I mean?
I mean, I think too, if anybody, like Shanann seemed like a very organized, I think if any of us, if any of us married her, she would have done, I mean, if I were her husband, just come here with the weirdest, she would have to do that with me every day. I'd be like, what was I supposed to do? Because I wouldn't remember, and I would just do it. I mean,
mother. That's what I think. He relies on that. Like, whereas you can self-sufficient. He's not. I'm telling you, that's why he's doing that.
I agree. But I think also it was the dance of their marriage. And I think that if we look really closely, like, how did I participate in my marriage? What was I in charge of? And what was my husband in charge of? And, because we had different roles and we kind of figured it out as we went, especially having 3 little kids. I was very much in charge of the emotions and the food and the going to all the kids' events at the school. And my husband was in charge of making sure that the checkbook was, that left brain stuff was taken care of. I think each couple sort of takes on what they're good at, and you kind of, make an agreement with your spouse, like, hey, I'm good at this, you're good at that. You know what I'm saying?
If they did divorce, what would you then think? What would your argument be for sociopath then? Because you'd have to have one, because you can't.
Well, I wouldn't. Or if I had a crystal ball and say, if you look more closely at this guy, he never killed his family. Let's just say it went there. Could you make an argument that he's a psychopath? I would have no evidence to show it. But if I were given evidence, I would say, okay, let's look more closely. My guess is.
But so then, how did you arrive at he's a psychopath now? Like, do you have more evidence like that? Like,
no, I didn't. The only evidence I had initially was that he killed his pregnant wife and 2 small children, and then disposed of them in such a way that is so shocking.
I agree with you, right?
Yeah,
but
the
that
disposal
wouldn't meet criteria.
No, it still would. I think it would. So then I would do a deep dive on his entire life and go, or let's look closer. Is this a man who, if we really look closely, do we see?
But what I'm saying is, like, based on what you've said, like, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, based on if you're saying I'm not basing it just on that one incident, then
right.
Then
but I'm not anymore. Like, in other words, let's put it this way. If you look at anybody who's done something shocking for the first time in their lives, I mean, I'm going to say a lot of the school shooters, you don't see necessarily an obvious, like, they were quiet, or they were, you kind of look and go, I didn't see it coming. But then you look more closely after it happened and say, you know what? He does meet the criteria, but I still didn't see it until now. It's so obvious.
It can only be in retrospect.
It can only be in retrospect unless you're extremely astute.
I disagree with that, because every single one, like, think of the last shooting. Those kids all had like anger issues. They all had, like, they were, first of all, they're all at the perfect age for mental illness to emerge. That's adolescence. They're at that age, and they all had access to weapons. They all were involved. They all were pre-distracted.
Right, but BBT, there's a lot of kids who have access to weapons. I mean, it happens. Right. Most families in Texas have access to weapons.
I'm not. Yeah, but you brought up the school shooters. So, like, that's
I know. What I'm saying is that what's the outlier? What's the anomaly that made that kid go out and do it? And what's the outlier for Chris Watts? Why is he different? Because I think it's really important. I don't know that we're going to discover the truth, but I think it's worth a conversation. I do think if you look at the guy and then look more closely and then look even closer still, you're going to see something that's really off that we don't see in the everyday person at the grocery store.
So then he was able, like, see, I just disagree. I don't think you would find, I don't think you would find what you think you would find that would explain this. Like, I don't think that.
Right. I don't think it's obvious. I think you'd really have to be in somebody's.
That's extreme. When you're going out and you're doing a triple homicide, like, I mean, that's fucking, like, that's 0 to a fucking 1,000.
What do you attribute it to? Why did he do it? What's wrong with him?
I think he's a master compartmentalizer. I think he's extremely detached, and I think he relies heavily on people. He doesn't have a mind of his own, and when you're conditioned to do that, and like you said, then he's reinforced by good job, Chrissy. I agree with you. Like, good boy. Like, he didn't need to, I don't know what cocaine is. I had to sniff it to figure it out. Like, what an idiot. Of course he knows what cocaine is.
Which equates to a disorder, right? That equates to a disorder. Like, and this is another question I was want to ask both you guys, right? It sounds like, Dana, you don't believe in tabula rasa, the blank slate argument. Like the nature or nurture argument. Is there a predisposition prenatal?
I do. Well, I play with it. I used to believe there was all nurture, and I don't anymore. When I stopped, this is really interesting.
I can't decide either. I can't decide.
When I became a parent for the first time, and my daughter is 28, and when she was born, I went, oh, this is your personality. Sounds really dopey. I've been a psychotherapist since I was in my 20s, and I'm in my late 50s now. And there was this sort of like, oh my gosh, this child has her own personality. And I love her like crazy. She's my heart and soul and everything. Yeah. But she's not me, right? She looks like me, kind of. She's taller and prettier, but she looks like me. And she's, and then the next child came, and I'm like, oh, and this is your personality right from the very get-go. And then my son was born, and I was like, okay, then. And this is you. And each person there's so much of who they are. If you guys have, I don't know who has kids and who doesn't, but there's this sort of like, I get it. You're the serious boy. And he still is. extraordinarily so. That he's the little baby boy I met on the day he was born, and like the first few weeks of life. I'm like, I get it. You're a serious guy, and he's applying for medical school right now. He's a serious guy, and my daughters are silly billies like me, and they talk up a storm, and they were like that from the get go. And I kind of would. I put a lot of thought into who are we, and how do we get this way, and why do I hate raw onions? In other words, I didn't choose that. I didn't choose to be an extrovert, but I am one. And I think a lot of who we are, if we really kind of think about it, we have these certain aspects of ourselves that doesn't control what we do. Our behaviors, our choices of like, for example, I'm a person who can give in to my sort of my personality type. I can easily tell somebody off, and you know what, feel really good about in the moment, and afterwards kind of feel that I wish I hadn't done that. So in my late 50s, I can tell myself, Dana, work on it. Change the behavior, even though you're programmed to kind of like get up and be an extrovert and tell people a thing or two about a thing or two. Work on it and change the behaviors. So I'm working on it. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'm more sort of predisposed to being extroverted, and I have to work on what I'm going to do with those temperaments.
You're a psychopath? I'm just kidding.
Yes, and it turns out I'm a psychopath. I mean, however, there's a really interesting. I don't remember his name. He's a neuroscientist. You guys should Google him. Maybe we can do it while we're doing this live.
Yeah.
But there's a guy. He's a neuroscientist, and he studies the brains of psychopaths. And he sees, for example, psychopaths have this shape in their brain, the letter S. I'm just making it up as I go, but they have certain things in common. Why? They don't know why. Maybe it was formed as life went on. Maybe they were born with it. He doesn't know. So he studies brains all day long, every day. Came across some samples, found a psychopathic brain, and went, "Whose is this?" And it was his. And you got to watch it because it's fascinating. He is a psychopath who doesn't hurt anybody.
It's not James Fallon, is it?
No, he's got an Italian last name. Maybe, I don't know. He's from Chicago, I want to say, and he's got a family, a wife, and adult kids, and he's a nice guy, but he's a psychopath in that he may not have ever purposely caused harm, but he doesn't feel bad if your feelings are hurt at all, and he'll tell you about it. His wife and kids will go, "Yeah, Dad, you don't have that I feel sorry for that person gene. You just don't have it." So he talks about the brain what the brain looks like when it's kind of has the inability to feel bad for others, and that I think he's talking about isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's bad if it's mixed with compulsion to harm.
Like who I think is a perfect example of a psychopath. Like if I was ever to say is Aaron Hernandez. It absolutely
yes.
The way he deals with people, the way he and look at, like you said, crime, stealing, ruining jobs, late for getting kicked out of places, like fighting, physical,
absolutely,
like, not crit. You know what I mean? Like I know we don't have access to it, but on what we do have access to, that, like I said, like if anything, Chris is more detached. That like Aaron Hernandez is a psychopath to me.
Completely. Yeah.
I would say that I'll be interested to know if you guys would agree with me on this, right? That I believe that Chris, and I would put Jodi Arias in this category, if it wasn't for some incredibly unique circumstances in the last few years of their lives, they would never have hurt anyone for the rest of their lives. It would be so unlikely, I think. I think they had the component within them that made them capable of actually killing, but it had to be some really unique circumstances that led them to do what they did. For Jodi Arias, she was genuinely tormented by someone that she was in love with, right? And that was what made her come out of just being another nameless person in society that no one would have battered an eyelid at, and I think Chris would be the same. I mean,
Yeah, I agree. So it was like a perfect storm. So you have a person who's
yeah,
capable of murder. We wouldn't know that necessarily because we've never seen them do it, and probably
no
they've
one,
never done it.
Look
and no
But
at
in
one
a
ever would have.
yeah, but Rabid, look at like Jodi Arias, right? Everybody immediately said that she did guilty.
yeah,
Guilty was her, right? Everybody
That's
said the opposite with Chris.
that's
Everybody, like
that.
that's the
Yeah,
fact.
that's the
Even
difference. That's the difference between the two of them. But even bearing that in mind, I still don't think Jodie would have been capable of what she was capable of if it wasn't for exactly the experience she had with this guy.
see, I think if she's that psychopath. Like she planned this, she executed it, and she
yeah.
did it based on like being mentally tortured, and she had a
Right.
history.
She
She had,
drove from California
she had
to
a
Arizona and then Utah. I mean, it was very, but
she
you've
had a
never seen her do it before, and it
Well,
was the
no,
sort
but
of
she did. She had a profound history of lying, cheating, stealing. Yeah, she did.
yes,
She was
right. And
not
I think I
this
agree with
like
you, David.
this honest woman. Her parents couldn't stand her. You know, like
Yeah, and I think that if you look at, I think it would be much more difficult to um, cite examples with Chris Watts because he, I believe, identifies himself so strongly with good boy syndrome. He's the good boy. It's where he got his kudos from. He's the good boy for Shanann. He's the good boy for his mother. You know, he's the good boy probably for his prison, his warden. I bet you he is.
and
Because
I
that,
agree with you 100%.
yeah,
I just don't think that equates to psychopathology. Like that isn't
right.
that's almost counterintuitive to psychopathology. What you're
What do
saying?
you?
Well,
So he's a good
if
boy.
he,
How
all
can he
right, so
be?
if any other person, let's just say that he was driven in, so he did something so outside of himself and he killed, all right, and he killed his his three children, really, and pregnant wife. Well, okay, there we go. And then put them in oil drums. And and then he sort of woke up and smelled the coffee and said, "What the hell have I done?" I think any other person, if they weren't a psychopath, would sort of come to Jesus and have this meltdown of, I'm a horrible person. I just did this horrific thing.
Wait, if they are a psychopath or if they're not?
If they aren't, because I think that the guilt would be overwhelming for anybody who committed that crime, unless they had psychopathy as their core.
So you are basing it on the crime.
Well, I'm basing it on the crime, not just the crime, however. I'm saying this is who he has been all along.
But
We
he
wouldn't have known it if it
he
weren't for the
hasn't because
crime.
he hasn't. Like I said, I mean, you probably didn't catch the beginning. Like I study behavior. Like I don't deal with like labels. I'll
Yeah.
turn everything into a behavior, right?
Yeah.
I respect that. Actually, I'm not too different, but I have to for
Like,
insurance purposes.
I just don't believe in I think they're labels. I don't believe
They're so
like
malleable, aren't they?
I understand. What'd you say, Rabbit?
They're so malleable labels. You know.
They are and they're not. They're dangerous too, though. You know what I mean? Like
They're
so,
dangerous
Yeah, I agree.
by all means. And by the way, literally, I want to just throw this in because this is the shitty thing about labels is in the United States, you as a psychotherapist, as a clinician, we have to diagnose any patient in order to be for them to be seen or if their insurance company to reimburse. So if you come in and say I need psychotherapy, that means you have generalized anxiety disorder or you
that's
have
just me. Yeah, I know that's me. Like I just see that as like that's this.
I think it's terrible, and
No,
it's
that's
the way
what you have
it
to
is.
do just to get past
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
like reimbursement. But I'm talking like for the sake of like treatment and all that stuff and findings and testings and stuff. Like I said, like I think that he did sit down and play with those. Like I said, if anything, what I saw, and I'm not bashing Shanann, I'm saying he was more engaged with those children. That he was on eye level with them. He'd get on the ground with them, and he wasn't posing for the camera. If she posed for the camera, he didn't. Like
Any observer.
he dressed up as Santa Claus. He did it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care. Like, but she
I
told
agree.
me. You know what I'm saying? So like you would hear her say like, go get Cece a cookie. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But
so I think that's part of the reason we're still talking about it. Like, how could that have happened? He was that dad who'd actually get down, because so many of us didn't. I had a dad who was really wonderful, but so many people who did not have a dad who would get down on the floor. Like that's most
He
of
did all
most.
those things, didn't he? He did do those things.
He did all the right things. So what's
any
I don't think he was faking. I don't at all.
I agree. I don't think
think
he was faking.
He took them to birthday parties. He packed their bags. But like I said, she had to call him and say, "Don't forget to pack their bags. They have school tomorrow. Don't forget to get And I
Yeah,
think,
she's a list maker. She
right,
was a list maker.
but I think he also needed that. Doesn't know how to deal. He doesn't know what to do without it, and then this stuff happens. If he has to think on his own, he screws it all up, and shit happens. You know.
So what, BBT? What would be your, so what? And I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily. I'm just sort of playing with the conversation because I do think it's fascinating. So if he's not a psychopath, what would you say after he killed them? How was he capable of not falling apart?
I think because I think he's that dissociate. Like I believe in, like, he's able to, like, honestly compartmentalize so much. That's why I don't think he ever thought he was going to get caught having an affair. He's that, like, who uses their friggin' credit card and thinks they're going to pull that off.
Right.
Like, I don't think he even contemplated that. Like, he just knows how to live in that moment and do whatever the next step is without feelings and without, like, everyone thinks that, like I said this earlier, everyone thinks that he Googled how do you tell if somebody loves you, like, how to tell if you love, right? I think he was trying to figure out if she was in love with him. I
heard you say that. I actually happened to pop into.
I disagree, and I've disagreed since day one that it had nothing to do with him. He couldn't. I think he was infatuated with her, and he was petrified,
right?
and he couldn't beat her. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hot. All of that makes sense. Where I'm completely, well, first of all, the murders are shocking, but then it's the afterwards where I'm kind of like,
okay,
when is this facade? Sorry, let me just say this really quick. Not that when is this dissociation going to go away? When are you going to kind of wake up and go, oh my God, what have I done?
He survives. That's why he can't do that. That I fully believe he does not capable of. There's where I think, like, if there's any, like, I think there's a whole, like, split. It's almost like a personality split. Like, he is not capable of doing that because it's so scary. Like, if he goes, like, I don't even think he doesn't know how to. He's never been there. I don't think. Like,
you used the word disconnected earlier, BBT.
Yeah.
And that hit the nail on the head for me. It's like he's almost an empty vessel in some sense.
Yeah,
or just
he's
almost on empty
pilot.
What did you
I
say?
think of him as, like, he's on autopilot. He just does.
But that's kind of indicative of psychopathy. I mean, I really want to just.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to what we
but it's not, because, like, what I'm saying is because he knows right from wrong. Those, like, psychopathology, like, doesn't care about right or wrong. Like, he knew
they don't feel it the way we do.
Okay, he knew he wasn't supposed to have an affair. He's not stupid. He pulled, like, when he just detached from Shanann. Think about what he did with Shanann. He fucking detached from that girl, like in a frightening ability way. So that's
by the way, there's another indicator. What he did to her in the time before the murders. I mean, listen, a lot of us know guys or women who've treated their spouses that way while having an affair. We heard about stories where they just become really mean and
he's
cruel.
that person, you know,
he's that person. It's not necessary. You don't expect him to do what he did, but you kind of go, ouch, what a dick. You know, you just kind of, right? I felt so bad for her. After she was murdered, I still felt devastated for her when she was like, does he not love me anymore? It felt so sad.
Like, she didn't see one. I mean, she was in love with, like I said, you don't fool that many people. So that's just, like I said, that's not what, if you're able to do what he's done, then I think that proves he's not a psychopath. Like,
you know, it's really interesting here. I happen to be reading, believe it or not, like, I can't get off this true crime kick because I've been, whatever, it's from weird predisposition I was born with. I don't even know, but I've always been interested in Charlie Manson, the whole thing. I don't live far from where it happened. I used to drive up when to the site where Sharon Tate was killed. Oh my God, when I was a teenager. So, okay. I was going to tell you something. I totally lost it. Ted Bundy. Gosh darn it, you guys! I was just going to tell you something about what's so fascinating about. I don't even know. You were saying, I know what I was going to say. Ted Bundy did a lot of things that weren't just charming, but, like, really things that you think, what a great guy. And maybe he's capable. I'm not saying Ted Bundy's capable of being a great guy. I don't want to be in this because he's evil beyond evil. But he did a lot of things that people would say. Or, for example, the Anne Rule, who wrote
Yeah, but
the book about Ted Bundy. She met him in real life. That's how she got into true crime. She used to sit. She worked for. This is really fascinating. She worked at a call line in the early 70s for a suicide hotline, and the person who sat beside her was Ted Bundy. He also worked at a call center. He was one of the people who picked up the phone for people who called to suicide hotlines, and he was really good at it.
Makes you think, doesn't it?
It's crazy because he doesn't
like Bundy, like
cliche.
yeah,
so he also did things like, for example, there was a time when an old woman, some guys grabbed her purse and ran, and he chased them down, and he got that purse back for this little old lady, and he felt so good about himself. So you have to kind of go, wow, what a good guy, or wait a minute, this is the same guy who tortured young women and slowly murdered them. Actually, he quickly eventually, it doesn't matter. He did bad things.
Like Bundy is that like Bundy's like, so his motivation to treating people like that was to go to his focus was on murder and torture and hurt and pain and suffering and rape, and that's not what Chris was. That was not Chris. Exactly. Like Bundy had an agenda. He would give a girl roses so he could kill her. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they want to be around. Yes,
right. But what I'm saying was that was not Chris. I think Chris was not sincere in like his feelings. I don't think he has a feeling in his body. I don't. I think he's like he is the epitome of behavioral, and that's why he excels at prison, because he's
right. I agree, because he's a good boy. I think he's got. I'm making this up. The good boy. He's the good boy syndrome. He suffers from the good boy syndrome, but at his core, there's nothing. Right. And if there's nothing at your core, and you're not capable of understanding the feelings of others or caring about somebody else's pain that you've inflicted purposely, then I believe in my heart that we have somebody who is evil, and I believe that's what psychopathy is. I think it's the inability to give a shit about anybody else but yourself.
The question is, though, Dana, does that always come through your environment, through nature, through your family and your social environment, or is there a seed that is embedded even prenatal in when you're created as a human being? You know, did Adolf Hitler have a certain
those people didn't have loyalty to anyone. Chris, I think Chris, like I said, Chris, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that you listen to him talk to his sister or his mother or his father, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that he loves Shanann. I do. I don't think that he was capable of loving her like we do, like we love and feelings wise and loyalty and all that stuff. But I don't think he was motivated by, like, his behavior his behavior didn't essentially like lead him to fulfill his needs, which was like something nefarious at all times. Like, that's what like Bundy was all about. Like, he didn't have, like, Chris was able to maintain. You're not going to tell me that he was able to, like, that was a very social job considering like the oil field. Like, had a partner, he was with those guys, he was training them, and they all said he was like amazing. Like, he was excelled at his job. He was never late. That doesn't happen. He went to school. He did really well at school. He went to that like NASA, whatever that was, like NASA school or whatever. I don't even know, but you know what I'm saying. NASCAR.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you're saying. I think that they're different kind of psychopaths. I think that there's different kind of antisocial personality disorder, and it presents differently.
But there's one criteria,
There's one criteria, and it's lack of true care about another human being or animal. They don't care because they don't know how to care. It's not in them.
So then but Chris did care. He did care enough to sit down and play. Like, am I saying that he cared? Like, you can care and be a murderer? Like, I do think.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you can. I mean, I think that you can. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I had to take my headphones off. So
go ahead.
I just think that if you look at the one thing they have in common, their lives are extraordinarily different. The one thing they have in common, or had in common, is that they hurt other people, and one got off on it, the other didn't get off on it, but was going to benefit and they both don't care at all. They don't go, gosh, that's kind of bad. Oh gosh. If it were anybody else in this room, or most people you meet day after day after day, most people would have a really hard time moving on at all and just kind of
No, like I think, but that's the thing is, I think Chris cared more about what people thought of him than he cared about people's feelings and love and interest in his safety of his kids and all blah blah blah, right? Because do you remember his response when they said, "Let's call your work," and he flipped the fuck out? You know, he did. For him,
right.
he did. So what I'm saying is,
think
he
about what I'm
definitely
saying,
cared.
the good
He
boy
definitely,
syndrome.
he
He's got the
definitely.
good.
I'm
He
not.
wants. So sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, finish real quick. He definitely cared. What I'm saying is, he didn't care about them. He cares what they think about him. So that's the difference. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he has the ability, but that's what I'm saying. He cared that he would have cared for those people. So he was
You do
able
think
to.
he cared for his kids, though, BBT? Am I right in thinking that? You think he
I do think
genuinely
he cared
cared
for
for
his
his
kids. I do. I think he cared. Did I say like did he love his kids? Did he loyal? No, I don't. I don't think the kids were initially in that plan. I think that the little girl walked in on it, and once again, he didn't know what to do because he didn't have someone telling him. You know, people believe that he did have someone telling him, but I think that's where like he. I think that that's what it was. I think that
You're making a distinction between caring for and genuine parental love.
feelings. There's a difference between, in my mind, caring for somebody like you care. Like I think, like he cared. You know, he cared like in a sense that he fed his kids dinner that night. You know, like
Yes,
I mean,
there is a difference. Like my daughter, I have 3 kids. My
he
oldest
had
last year was diagnosed with, and she's okay. My daughter last year was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, and she's okay. And it turns out, of all cancers to get, it's like one of the ones you want to get because people don't die from the kind she got. But when I found out, my daughter moved to a different state with her fiance, and I flew there the very next day and stayed for months and have gone. Anyway, she's completely okay. But when I found out, I fell off my chair in my living room on the wood floor, and I went into a despair that I've never experienced of just agony and fear and helplessness. My daughter is afraid. My daughter has, like all these thoughts of just the worst kind of possible feelings I've ever felt. So I think that I'm extreme. Maybe I think most parents can identify in one level what that would feel like. But I don't think the rest of us can understand what Chris did after he killed them, after they were all dead. None of us can understand or relate to his behaviors. It's such a freakish response to, listen, as a parent, when your kid gets their feelings hurt, or for me, I got all unglued. I hated it. I just
because you're attached. You're attached to your children. You're invested in. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like you're able to. You have a connection. Like he didn't have. So if you're not connected, how? I mean, think about that. If you're not connected, you don't have a connect. You can still say, "I love someone. I'm going to play with you. I'm going to tickle you. I'm going to throw you in the air and have fun." He can have fun. He wasn't a monster like people say he is. But I'm saying like. There are monsters
sometimes, right? So if he was a monster one time, like literally just one time, and got rid of his wife and children and didn't respond the way, so look, he was a monster one time, and then after he was the monster, he didn't kind of go, oh my god, what have I done? Like I'm devastated. Still, he's staying on. He's still behaving like a monster, even still.
No, he's
not. But disconnect, I think the word disconnect can be very easily confused with what is psychopathy is. We aren't connected to the feelings of other people.
No,
it doesn't mean I wish you pain.
See, I think psychopathology is you're not. It's like he. So what I'm saying is like he. You would have seen that. Like he would have struggled with. Like he's not. I think he's immature. He's a coward. He like all those things fit. He has absolutely. I think he has low self-esteem. People think he's a narcissist. I don't. I don't. I think he's. You know what I mean? Like I do think that.
I don't know. Yeah.
I do. I think he's an incredible narcissist because I think getting the need for kudos of look at me, I'm a good boy, that falls upon narcissism. It's narcissism. Narcissism is really about, I feel shitty about myself. How do you think I look? Do you think I'm okay now? Am I okay now? Am I somebody now because I'm doing it well? Can you tell that I haven't got the best outfit on because now I'm somebody? Can you tell I drive the best car? Can you tell that I'm acting like the best parent? Give me kudos.
It would have to be so covert though, because he was so
It is covert.
submissive.
It is covert. It's always covert. It's always, I feel really crappy inside. What can I do to be the number one, the guy with the trophy wife, the guy who looks like the best dad in town? You guys are going to think I'm great, and I feel better because you constantly think I'm number one. Because inside, the truth is, on the inside of me, I am nothing. That's how I feel all the time.
What do you base like that he's running around? Like I see that as a showboater. Chris is not a showboater. He's not running around town.
But not all narcissists are showboaters. A lot of them are covert about it.
You just said like, look at me, I'm perfect. Like you just described that. So
right, because I keep saying to you, so if I say he suffers from I'm the good boy syndrome, a good boy, a real person who's being good doesn't care as much about do you think I'm good. They just feel better when they treat people with kindness and grace and love. When you're doing it when you're being good, quote unquote good, so that others see you as good, you're doing it for the kudos, for the applause, so that somebody else notices.
Right. So now think of what he would look like. I agree with what you're saying. So think of what he would look like. What is driving what to do what he did? What drove that? You think it was not, in my opinion, it was not pathology. It was what I will be divorced. She's pregnant and divorced. Oh, that's worse. You know, I mean, you gotta, that I agree with. So that's, for him, that's motivation enough to take the risk to see if he could pull this off. You know, like I do think that, and I don't think his plan was finished. Like Rabid and I said in the beginning, had his plan gone the way he maybe wanted it to go, who knows where we would be? Like, who knows if they would have got caught because they would have blown up? You know, who knows? But my point is that like I don't like I just, you know, like I said. I mean, he was real, like he was almost like think about it. He wasn't confrontational with his parents when she got in fights with like he was a peacemaker. He was almost like you know, like that doesn't.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's the Boy Scout.
No, he's not a good boy. He's a, what do I do? Tell me what to do. Tell me what to be. You know what I mean?
And like, some good boys,
good boy though.
Some good boys play it that way. Each of us. I mean, I agree with you. I think this is extremely complex, and there's a lot that we'll never know. I think there's a lot he'll never know. Honestly, I don't think that we'll ever have it all. I think it's just kind of figuring out like what happened. Can we ever stop it from happening in the future? I don't think so, because I don't think we would ever. You know, if we were to watch this guy once again, we knew everything about Chris Watts, we wouldn't see it coming. I don't think anybody can see it coming. We don't know what's brewing inside somebody's head. We don't know how strong rage is. We don't know how strong passion or lust for another human being, and what somebody will do to sort of get their needs met, and how far they'll go. We don't know what's really cooking beneath the surface. We can't. And I don't think that Chris Watts even knows himself. I think he's just primal and acts on, I'm going to do this now. Yeah, maybe this will work.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like you know, Bundy was very calculated. You know what I'm saying? Like Bundy was very calculated. He wasn't in the moment. Tell me what to do. He didn't. You're absolutely right. He would never be submissive to anyone else. Fuck that.
So is Charles Manson. Same. It's calculated and
dominant. Like Chris, no way. Like I'm like, there are part of me like in the beginning that truly did like was he capable of even pulling this off? Like I can't. You know, did someone else do this? Like, you know, was someone else involved? Because
and I think I think it's an interesting too because I wonder if like calculated has anything to do with it. I don't know. I mean, I think there's some. I don't know. Like if somebody in an instant, or here's what I think that the difference is. If it's not calculated, if you do something like, I'm going to shoot you in the face now because you may be mad, it's a heat of passion. I think a psychopath wouldn't do anything. They just kind of walk away and, you know, go have a sandwich. I think somebody who's not psychopathic, a person who's more sort of quote unquote normal, even if they've just killed somebody in the heat of passion, would show emotion. They'd be attached to guilt, sadness, despair, and we would see that. A psychopath doesn't know what that even means. A computer doesn't have any feeling if it's ruined your whole day. A computer can do all sorts of wonderful things for you, and it won't feel bad.
Right,
if
and you
it,
have to tell it what to do.
right,
Right,
exactly. So
that's
I
what
think that is not too different than a
computer.
psychopathy. It
Right.
doesn't necessarily mean that they're all evil. It just means they really, I think the core of psychopathy is an inability to understand or care that that they are the cause or will be the cause or have been the cause of somebody else's pain and suffering. There's no care. They're incapable of caring. So if you even say, show that you care, all right, how do I do that? Well, shed a tear, or, pretend that, like, oh, I'm so sad, talk about it, or, people who are really sad are not able. I was lying on the floor for the rest of the evening on my wood floor when my daughter was actually going to be okay, and everybody told me she was going to be okay, but I couldn't function. I couldn't barely breathe. It was that bad. Most of us are more like that.
Do you know the way that I'm starting to think about it, just listening to both of you venture into this territory? To me, it's kind of seeming like for Chris, if it didn't, if no one witnessed anything, then it didn't happen. Like I
Yes.
think he gauged everything by how he thought he was being perceived by everyone else.
Yes.
So
And
to
that's
him,
that's what we call narcissism. How,
yeah,
really, it
yeah,
has a lot to do with
but
narcissism. Yes.
but he's a completely different type of narcissist to say someone like Amber Heard, right? Who is
Absolutely. Well,
so
she's also,
overt.
yeah.
She advertises and she just doesn't give a shit if anyone thinks that she's a narcissist or takes her the wrong way. She does not even care what you think about her, right?
Right, right. I mean, she's also borderline, which is one. That's who the
Yeah.
people I work with. I work with people. That's what I do, and that's a whole. This whole kettle. Another. What's it called? That's the whole fish of a different kettle. That's not how you say it, but you guys get it. That's an entire.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another sort of. They care too much about sadness, and I mean, it's a very sad. I'm probably the only person who will say this. Amber Heard is a real jerk, and I feel sorry for her because she keeps making herself be a bigger jerk for everybody around her and herself. But that's a
Yeah.
different. That's a
And
different.
she's not gonna stop either. I know we're not talking about her
She's not going to
specifically.
stop, and it's
No.
devastating for herself and for everybody around her. But she's not a murderer. She's a jerk. She's borderline, and that's a bummer. But it certainly isn't evil. It sucks, though. I mean, she did a lot of
Yeah.
really mean things. Really
I'm
mean
not
things.
I'm not without sympathy for Amber Heard. You know, I see a
Yeah.
little I actually just see a little desperate girl in her
Yes, me
represented,
too.
you know?
Right. But so
But
I
her
mean, so
behavior
yeah.
is obscene. At the same time, her behavior is obscene, right? But
Obscene, absolutely. What she did is terrible.
yeah,
But I think if she were involved in something Chris Watts were involved in, we would have seen a different Amber Heard. We would have seen her falling to pieces and saying, mea culpa, take me away. I've done bad and I deserve to not live. She would say all sorts of, because I think that she's more of a feeler. And
mm,
I think that really the root of psychopathy is the inability to feel for others, like a
mm,
computer. They don't
like
feel
a
bad for
computer.
you, but they can help you. They can be a good boy, quote unquote, or a good girl. They can do all the right things and then crash on you and not give a shit.
Well, in regards to Chris Watts here, just to put an exclamation mark on my point, is I think that's because this is the big question about this. How was someone that, to all intents and purposes, to all observers, was a very caring father, capable of not only the homicide, but the method in which he disposed and the lack of emotion and grief afterwards, right? Those aspects. How was that
Right.
person capable of being the person that did that and without any real emotion, uh, you know, diluting through in his body and in his language? It just wasn't there. And I think the reason is because if no one's seen it, then it didn't happen in his world. If no one's seen what he did to them, it didn't exist. Because everything in his world was through the lens of what everyone else observed. All he really wanted was to be with NK. I think he was enchanted and under a spell with NK, and he simply wanted to control, alt, delete, and just rewind the film back a few years and start again with someone that he genuinely thought he loved. Because I don't think he
Yes.
really loved Shanann.
Well, I don't think he really loves anybody. I don't think
Well,
he really loved
he
NK.
thought he loved NK. I think he thought
Yeah,
he did.
right. And eventually, let's just say that he didn't kill his wife, or eventually, can you guys hear me? I had to take my earbuds out because I'm
Yep.
So just real quickly, I think that he has passion and lust for NK, and I think had he married her, and had they had children together, and time had lapsed, he would have lost feeling for her as he did for Shanann, because he was crazy, cuckoo in love with Shanann in the same realm when they were the same
Dating.
kind of way. He went after, yeah, he pursued her. It was,
I don't think
and
he
people,
lost. I don't think he lost. I don't think he fell out of love. I think he replaced it. Like he replaced her with a person, not a lot. There's no feeling. I think he replaced her. That's all he did. He would. That would. If she didn't go away, 100%. I believe that would have never happened. None of this. He wouldn't have ever,
Well, I
ever.
agree 100%
Yeah,
with that.
that's what I think. I think absolutely. That's why I think that's what that's why I think that disconnection was able to like almost like grow, and he got it, and it was like holy shit. He kept reinforcing that disconnection. Now
you
he's
know,
forcing it. And
we've all been there in one way or another. Most of us, I should say. That feeling of like, oh my gosh, I've met that person. I'm so crazy about him. We go through courtship, we go through, crushes. We have a crush on somebody, and it seems to be like the whole world is, the heavens have opened above, and that's a normal experience of when you first kind of fall in love.
Oh,
I think that's what that is. So I think that a lot of us would kind of do a lot for that person, and we think, but when it comes down to settling down, and it becomes more of a very real sort of a marriage, with time, that kind of crazy love, by it has to sort of rest. It can come back here and there, but you now you're living with the person. You're changing diapers. You're getting vomiting. Kids are throwing up on you, and you're living a regular life. Lust has its place, and it gets put aside. You have to. And for people who are narcissistic, they're looking for that constant fuel of I am amazing. And if that person is no longer amazing, because we can't always be amazing, we become normal folks. They start to look elsewhere. They look for extreme feeling of look at me, I'm somebody, and you better know it. And you can't know it if you're married to me, because you see me as I am. I'm a normal person.
well, I
So
guarantee you that Chris wouldn't have got the chance to, lose his feelings for NK, because she would have got bored of him way quicker,
yeah,
way earlier.
that's probably true. I
She
agree with
was
that.
there was no way she was gonna be satisfied with someone like Chris for too long. Once she really found out how empty his vessel really was.
Yeah, well, narcissists feel empty at their core, and they only feel alive when things are amazing. And
I don't
by
think
the
he
way,
feels alive. That's the thing. I don't think he
courtships are
feels.
amazing. If you like, think about it, even from when you were in kindergarten, that first time you're like, I love you. You have that first. I used to teach kindergarten. It's a very romantic age. It's when courtship begins. I'm going to marry Johnny, and you believe it. It's very. We have that the rest of our lives. It is an amazing feeling.
Well,
But
Romeo and Juliet were like 13 or 14, weren't they?
yeah, that's
Shakespeare.
amazing. Right. It feels amazing. And most of us have had that experience. But amazing has to rest. It has to become every day. And most of us are able to experience everyday love. It's a different experience. It's not fireworks every day. It's love. And it's a different higher level, but it isn't crazy. I will do anything for you, Juliet. No, it's more, I love you. You're my wife.
It's not like the movies every day, is it?
No, but it's deeper. And that what narcissists don't know is that depth is really where it's at. They go for surface.
Can you see the screen there, Donna?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Icky, Chris Watts. Icky. Throw eggs, everybody, or tomatoes. Sorry.
well, I
I'm
just
gonna
want you
do
to, I just want you to contemplate, right, the fact that I don't think anyone can deny that is a genuine smile. This is the point, right? Like,
Mhm.
I think we all understand instinctually what a fake smile looks like. That
Yes.
is a real smile, right? I mean, it's like
Yes.
a clown smile. It's not lopsided. You know, the cheekbones are raised up, the eyes, the mouth is open, and this is not much more than 24 hours after he's done what he's done. How is that possible, right? Because
Because
earlier
he's
on,
experiencing glee. He's gotten away with it. He's
that's what we were
accomplished his
saying, yeah.
mission.
See, I think he's happy. I think it's much simpler than that. He's happy this interview's over because it flipped him the fuck out. You watch this interview, he's screwing it up all over. I mean, I don't think he prepared. He didn't think of this stuff, and I think
Wasn't the interview the thing? For me, it was the thing where I went, "Oh my God, that guy killed his family."
And,
That's why I
and immediately after this was done, he knew he fucked up, and he said, "I shouldn't have done that." And even Shanann's mother said, "You shouldn't have done that," and he knew. He even said it. He even went to one of his colleagues and said, "I shouldn't have done that." And so I think that smile, Rabbit, is sheer relief.
Yeah, that
Like
he's getting towards the end of this
yeah,
path.
he gets the hell out of there. Those dogs are in his ear. Think about those
Yeah.
dogs right there.
Isn't it amazing how complex I think it is? I think it's if it were just one thing he's smiling about, then it would be like, oh, he's smiling because of this. But I do think it's a lot of the above. I think it's what BBT is saying. I think there's a lot is going on in that smile. That's why it's so complicated, because it's not just this. It's not simple. It's really complex. There's a lot of moving parts, guys.
Of course, yeah. Do you have any thoughts on this letter?
Just a moment.
It's the one where he's saying, if anyone gets this letter, I would never do anything to hurt myself or my children or my wife. If anything happens to me, please investigate my wife, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people think that he wrote this because the handwriting does seem to match up, but a lot of people think that the date is not his handwriting, that someone else put that there. As if it was
Like
written
who?
after the
Like who else? Where are they supposing wrote this?
Well, it would have to be a family member that was trying to protect him,
Yeah.
afterwards. Yeah.
I don't know that I have I don't have a lot to say. I don't know. I think it's peculiar. I don't think, I think if this were true, I think he'd say, guys, I've been worried about my wife. I think she did something. My kids are missing, and I think she did something to them. I think if he was worried about his wife, I think he would have said so on the day they went missing. Right? I mean, I don't know. I think it's there's so much bad news going on with this story, and family members who are willing, understandably, like I don't know if it's understandable. We've there, but for the grace of God go us. We've not been in their shoes, so I don't think it's for me to judge anybody. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Except for him, I'm judging him. He killed them. That's bad. So I judge him. Sorry.
I know. It's we were speaking just before we started this. We were kind of discussing what is it about this case that just intrigues us endlessly, and it's a combination of things. Obviously, it's the fact that there was so much information, so much disclosure, and so much body cam, so quickly after the event.
And also watching Shanann she was doing it on Facebook.
Media, yeah.
We were able to get. I felt like, oh, I know her now. This is when I already knew she was dead, but I felt like I really know her, and I really know her kids, and I became much more emotionally involved. I think this is true for a lot of us because we feel like we know her. She's talking into the camera as though she's talking to us. Oh, and by the way, Sarah, hi. I didn't get a chance to say hello to you, and anybody else who I haven't gotten a chance to say hello. Please forgive me. I'm on my phone and I'm very farsighted. I'm not seeing things very well, so I'm not commenting on the chat. So I do have to go, guys. I had so much fun chatting with you. I'm planning, yeah, I would love to talk more about this. I'm in the midst of planning a wedding, by the way. So I've got to get back to
stuff.
Gotta kind of some ends here and figure out what, just all sorts of. Yeah, I'm getting married. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you are?
Yes, it's me.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. That's great.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
For
Yeah,
you.
somebody.
No wonder you've been off YouTube for so long.
When's your date? When is the date?
I am terrified to tell you guys the date because you just posted
Oh,
it.
you don't have to. You don't have to. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked.
Oh, hold up.
Snoop says the theory is that his sister put the
Yeah,
tape
it
on that
looks like
letter.
it's Snoop. That I'd agree with. I think that's what. If anything looks different, it's the date to me. I don't know. Although I'd love to see how he makes a 7. Like if you could find something like that is in his writing before,
Yeah.
like you know what I mean? Because that's a distinct 7, like a different, you know.
Yeah. I don't have any other handwriting, unfortunately.
Come on, Rabid. What the
I
hell?
know. I
Can't
know,
you get
right?
his
What's wrong?
journal, his diary?
I'll
No.
work on it. I'll work on it.
Come on. Sheesh. What kind of a creator are you?
Not a good one.
Let's see.
Amateur.
See, like his F's, the way he does that F, like he puts that line in it. It's almost like a reverse 7, you know,
Yeah,
because he does the 7 like that with the line in it.
yeah.
His Y's are definitely the same.
Where's the other one?
His slant though is different. I mean, his slant is definitely off. You know.
Yeah.
Let's see the Y.
Look at that. Like, look at this eye here.
Where?
This one on the
Yeah,
right hand side.
yeah,
That is exactly the same as that eye.
yeah. You're right. Yeah. Let's see.
And
But
look at the
look at
T.
the T though. The T's off. You
No,
know,
but
and look at all the
look,
other T's. Look at all the other T's, Rabid. Like look at limit. Look at the T under limit. It has the curl under it.
look at that T there.
Yeah,
That's
that's true.
the
You're
end of
right.
heart.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. But the T's are definitely like touch hit or miss. They're not
Yeah.
because look at the T
Not
on
consistent.
it on whom it may concern. It has the
Yeah.
up the top. Yeah, he's weird. The T's are definitely weird. Like I don't know. I think it is his writing. If anything, like Snoop said, I would question like his spacing is real consistent.
Hmm. So I think Dana's had to drop off. So we were just getting to a really interesting point
Yeah,
here.
play it. I'm ready. Ouch.
So what's happening here is her son, Nicole's son, has managed to find the phone down the back of the sofa, and watch what happens. It's a really chilling moment. They put the phone is placed on the banister at the top of the stairs, and then Nicole sees it, and
Oh yeah.
just think what's going on in Nicole's head at that point, right? She knows that there's no way on earth.
Yep.
She's already terrified about Shanann, but she
Right.
now knows when she sees that phone that there's no way on earth that she would have
Yep.
voluntarily left without that phone.
Adding to her pocketbook, adding to the car, the
Yep.
keys, yeah, her shoes. So you're
Yep.
right. She was already convinced. You're right, and that just sealed it
Yep.
for her.
That
She knew
phone.
the code, and he didn't. Right? He didn't even know the code.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the phone itself, it seems to symbolize something for her really profound because watch her body language. Chris, like she goes to kind of try and place her hand on the
It looked
phone.
like it zapped her.
Yeah, exactly, right? But
Yeah, she
it was
whipped. Yep.
the reason that she reacted like that is because Chris put his hand on the phone and there was something about him gripping that
Really?
phone that it just
When at the same time?
yeah, it's kind of close,
Oh,
right?
yep.
But there's a kind of involuntary reaction by Nicole because I think at that point she knows how much danger Nicole, Shanann is in,
So
right?
you think they're like hand touched, and she was freaked out, or you think that he
They
just
didn't, no, they didn't literally touch, but they didn't
okay,
have to. She just seen Chris go for the phone,
okay.
and then watch her hand when she pulls it away. She kind of wrings it as if she's trying to get dirt or blood off her hand.
Yeah, like it hurt
She
her.
knows.
That's what
Yeah,
the first thing I thought was, why is did she get hurt? Like, did she
yeah,
get hurt from that? Is it hot? Like, I didn't know what the heck happened. Yeah, you're right.
yeah. So Just watch this carefully, guys. It's really chilling because in
I
that,
would love to know what she thinks of this. Like if she
yeah,
watched that, you
I
know.
know.
See, like, look at how organized that. You don't have to pause it, but look at how organized that is. In that
I know.
like basket was flipped upside down.
I
You
know,
know,
right? Fucking-
it's just not out of position. It's out of place.
Yeah.
Good for.
I still can't believe that kid found that phone.
Look in the house. Look at that.
Mm.
Oh. Well. Any friends she would be hanging out with?
I mean,
I know. I guess her
Amanda,
parents are out of state.
across country. Don't go. All the girls' blankies are gone. Those blankies they sleep with, they don't leave anywhere without them.
Good. Nothing else appears to be missing though. Just
No.
stuff you'd take for a quick trip.
You got full spring.
Like she would take her kids' blankets, but not her pocketbook or her car, you know, or shoes.
Yeah. So here we go. Here we go.
Yep. Oh, she knew right away.
Does she work?
Yeah, she works from home.
Oh, from home.
She works this is her
That was weird.
Trip.
You got full spring.
Yeah, just watch it again, folks.
Yeah.
It's so chilling to me.
Yeah, I feel like she pulled back before he even.
Does she work?
Yes, yeah, I didn't feel like that was about his hand at all, Rabid. Watch that. Can you slow that down?
No, but she goes to grab the phone and he hovers his hand over it and over her hand.
See, I saw it as I interpreted it as she touched the phone, right? And he then went and put it, and she had already been pulling her hand back by the time he was going to touch it. Can you play?
Again?
Yeah, watch it. Like, I wonder if you could slow it.
Her phone's here.
See, she's touching it.
Work.
See?
Oh, from.
She touches it, yeah, but
friends?
what?
So she
what
was
makes her
touching it, and then he went and then she pulled her hand back. It looks like before. Can you slow it down?
I'll see if I can slow it down. I think what made her react like that though was his hand going close to her hand because he
Yeah,
knows what
maybe.
her.
Maybe.
I think she might not even be aware of this. It's kind of
Yeah, you're right.
right?
You're right. Maybe she wasn't. You're right.
I
It
think
just looked to me like that she was like she had her hand on it, and then it looked like she would pull. It almost looked like she would like it was almost like it freaked her out. Like I don't know. Like I don't know.
I think he freaked her out by putting his hand close because I
Yeah,
think in that moment
maybe.
she's realized what his
You don't have to
hand
slow it down. I was
actually
just
done.
curious. Yeah, maybe. I just thought she was so distracted on the phone that she didn't even that she would like. It just seemed. I don't know. It was weird. It definitely was weird.
Yeah.
Looked like it hurt her.
Well, it hurt her. It hurt her deep inside. I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
Well, I can play it slower here actually.
I think so. Snoop sort of too. Yeah.
What's Snoop saying? Yeah, what the phone represented.
But do you
It
think?
might be subconscious, you know? It's
Yeah,
like, and just
oh,
think about it. That hand is the hand with which he strangled Shanann and did what he did with the kids. You
right.
know, it's literally the murderer's hand is
But she didn't
hovering
know that
over.
at that time, you know.
No, but just think about it. She now sees the phone. She knows that Shanann must be in deep, deep
Oh, I
trouble,
agree. Right. That's
right?
what I think it was. That's
Yeah,
what I think it was. It wasn't necessarily per se. I don't even think she was aware of Chris. I think she was on the phone with her mother, and she was like exactly what you just said. She was. It
yeah,
was what that represented, and she didn't even want to go near it. Like it was too. It's too real. Like
yeah,
that's how I saw it. I don't know.
yeah,
Because she turned away from it too. You know.
yeah. She just it was like a
That
it
was
was like
weird. Yeah.
it was like a really chilling moment of
It
kind of
looked like it hurt her. You know, like
realization.
she was in pain.
Yeah,
Like it was hot. Like you like ouch. Like you
yeah.
know.
Like she touched the
Yeah.
embers of a fire.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Her phone's here. Her phone's here.
Do you hear that too? Like a question and then like her phone's here.
Does she work?
That was a big difference. Like it wasn't as you know what I'm saying? Like I think she was already moving it away before yeah, look, watch.
No, but watch his hand go over hers.
Right. So her hand's on it right now, right?
Yeah.
She's all
Look.
yeah, you're right. I saw it more that time. I did.
This is her lifeline.
I did see it more that time.
It's really chilling, isn't it?
Yeah, that was different, yeah. Slower
Whatever
is a little
whatever was going on there, it was certainly chilling.
and look at she like runs from it. She's not even near it again anymore, you know. I know
She
she's
wants
avoiding him too. I think she's avoiding him, but
to be nowhere near this guy.
she
This
flipped out. She knew right away. Right away.
yeah,
That you got to give her credit, you
yeah,
know.
I know. And the son as well. He knows.
Oh, he was a rock star, yeah. And the neighbor,
Yep.
you know. I still can't get over that friggin' video. I could watch that a million times. Like how crazy Rabid was that commercial that came on? Oh my god!
Oh, with the
Like what the
cheese.
hell?
I know, right? How you just could not write that.
You couldn't, dude. That alone right there, that flips. I don't even want it. I can't even like explain. I can't even go near that. Like that's just that's not even like. I mean, that's crazy.
I know.
You know, like what are the odds?
I know. There's one other moment here where the cop, I think he goes on his communication
Yep.
and asks for backup, I think. And I think Chris, when he hears the way the cop says this, I think he thinks he's about to get arrested, and he
Yeah.
turns round in shock,
Yep.
terror.
Oh, he's panicking. Yeah, he is. He's. Yep.
It was shut down.
Yeah.
Like look at him staring at it, like it's gonna come alive. You know what I mean? Like it's weird.
Yeah.
Well, it was originally on the propeller on the couch. You know where that's goes?
I don't know where past goes.
Like it's weird that he would even ask her that. You know what I mean? Like
I know, right?
Baby's due date.
because he's dependent. Yep. You know.
Yeah.
1/31/19.
God, that poor girl.
What does she do for work?
She works at a direct sales company called Drive.
Is he on his phone right now, texting?
No, he's on Shanann's phone. I
Yeah, I
don't think
can't.
he's just pressing random buttons
He
here,
looks
right?
like. See, that's weird too. To just sit there for that long, staring at a phone and trying to like, you know, he's not gonna guess it.
It's because he doesn't know what to do.
You're right. You're right, Rabid. You're right.
He's
Yeah,
so aware of the cop.
that's how incapable he is. He can't even pull himself, like he can't even figure out how to ask a question. Like, and fake it, like say like, like what should I do? Like should we call this person? Should I call my mother and
Yeah. He's a child here in the
Yep.
headmaster's office, and
Yep.
he just is in terror. He
But he's
doesn't
not
know
even
what
like
to do.
panicking as much as like you can tell he's nervous, but I'd be shaking, puking, like these people are standing around and he found her phone and oh my god, she knows the code and oh my god.
Well, what he's also thinking about right now is the fact that when he got back to the apartment, to the house here, he ran upstairs, and one of the things he did was put her ring into the bedroom through here.
Yeah,
So right now he's thinking, when will I make my move to go and randomly find her wedding ring?
right.
And that comes up in the next 10 minutes. But right now, when he's on Shanann's phone, he's using the phone as something to occupy him
I agree
because
with you.
there's
Yes,
nothing
I
else
agree
he can
with
do.
you. Yep. Like he doesn't know what you're right. He doesn't know he can't even formulate a question. Like that's how I mean like we said he didn't even know who doesn't know the passcodes to like your bank account? I mean that's just not one of them.
And look at the expression Nicole has on her face when she passes him here. Just the absolute, it's a combination of disgust and
She can't even
terror.
stand herself being in there with him.
Yeah.
Like look at her, she's so uncomfortable.
And there's something so darkly tragic about the way she's, caressing her neck and her throat when you know what's actually happened to Shanann.
Yeah, I never thought of
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Like it's just such an awkward silence, you know what I mean? Like it's just not how this would go down.
Yeah.
How
If
often does
this,
her blood sugar
you
drop
know,
low?
Cassie, her friend in Arizona said that that's the first time it's ever happened.
She normally has migraines. Like, oh, I was she had them a lot this weekend. So Cassie's a nurse, so she figured it was because her blood pressure sugar was dropping.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't eating her normal that she normally eats. Like she takes a couple bites until she was full.
Okay.
And
She doesn't ever black out or have
No,
seizures or anything like
no,
that.
I mean, a long time ago. She had a car wreck, and I believe that's what happened. But Imitrex is something she takes for migraine. She took more Imitrex this last month than she ever has before, but that's just because she was in North Carolina with the humidity and everything like that.
Isn't it interesting just to observe another human being when you know 100% that they're lying their ass off with almost every single word out of their mouth? It's interesting to observe it with that unique knowledge, It
yep.
seems so obvious because we know, right? But there's something to be gleaned, I think, from seeing people like this, behaving in that way.
It's certainly like whatever you want to call it. It's certainly fascinating. Whatever
Oh,
the
yeah.
name is whatever people decide the name is like that, because names really don't tell you much. It's look at how he's react. Like he's gonna start to oscillate again. You know what I mean? Like anytime he starts talking, he sways to soothe himself.
Yeah, like Snoop says, he just wants everyone to leave. He's like
Yeah.
a kid who knows they've been caught.
Right. I
Absolutely.
agree. And think of what he just did. So look at what he just like he literally just took the cues of Nicole. She started
That's right. Yeah.
Yep, she answered questions. And all he could do was like, yep, she took Imitrex and she, like she had a headache, long time. Like it, like so that was his jump. Yep, yeah, I know what to say now.
Yeah.
Because I was asked a question and that's an answer.
Yeah. He's just completely without. He's not even a good actor. He's not. He doesn't.
I think he's trying act. Yeah.
Trying, like as you seen in the interview, he had all these memes on the download, you know, things to say that he thought would sound like what someone in his position would say, but he can't act the role at all, you know. There's no
Yeah.
panic, there's no sense of urgency.
No, you know, it like so like think about this, like so here's a dude that's like like people suggest that he's capable of like duping all these people, but yet he's not capable of forcing fake crying. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't make sense. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't think he's that calculated. I think he's just lives in the moment, and that he's disconnected, and that's why he's not crying. You know, it's not because he's not. You know,
Yeah.
like that's just what I think. Like because like I mean, people cry for a variety of different reasons, and it's just like it's almost like it doesn't occur to him that that matches what he should be doing. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's like, I think one of the recurrent thoughts he's having throughout this whole process here, through this body cam, is like, what's the end period of this? How long do I need to keep this up before everyone just accepts that my family have left me and I can just carry on with my, you know, this romance with NK? You know?
Right. Yeah, and look at like remember like when he was in court and they were reading the statements. I mean, he had the same lack of connection there. Like if anything was going to make him like I think like lose it, I would think his mother would like just even the sight of her, and he's not even connected there. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I think like that was telling. Like I think he just like this, he wanted to get the hell out of there. You know?
Yeah.
She was there for 6 weeks, and we got back Monday or Tuesday, and then she flew out to Arizona Friday morning, and then she got back last night about 2 a.m. Flight got delayed. She left about 11. She got here at 2. Okay. And I went to work this morning about 5:15, 5:30.
What do you do?
I work at oil and gas in Anadarko.
What do you do for them?
Operator.
Oh.
This is weird, Robert. Listen to what he says here. It's weird.
Do you want me to go back a bit?
No. Just listen, like, because you got to kind of, because I think it's right here when he's talking about his job. Just listen to like, I'm curious
Right.
up on it. Yeah.
Definitely still, yeah. Yeah. It's always a long day, especially in that heat. You? I work at oil.
That was a really strange, uncomfortable laugh he did there. Like a kind of.
Yeah.
What do you do for them?
Operator.
Oh. Long days then?
Yeah, I definitely still, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always a long day.
He is panicked.
Yeah, he is.
Barely control his breathing.
Yeah, he's swaying back and forth. Yeah, he's freaking the freak out.
He's thinking, I need to go for that ring quickly.
Yeah, or something. He's probably thinking, I need to go for like, I don't know what.
And just watch.
Supposed to happen, you know?
Just watch the way he decides to present the ring. He literally walks with the ring on
Yeah.
the end of his finger,
Yep.
as far away from his body as possible. And
Like it's poison.
Yeah. And he walks over to Nicole and just presents it to her without really saying anything.
Right, because he doesn't know what to say, you know?
He's expecting them all to go, oh, well, that's a wrap, guys. She left her ring. She no longer wants Chris.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Yep, that's funny, yeah.
Especially in that heat. I will.
She's talking to Sandra there.
Watch the kids, or you have daycare watch them? Or?
She usually watches the kids if they're not in school.
Okay.
Back on the phone, pretending to press buttons.
Then he stops moving. Yep.
It says the basement door was left open at 5:26. Visitor expected at 1:48. That's when she got home.
What did you say, 5:26?
The door was left open at 5:26.
5:26.
Visitor expected at 1:48. That's when she got home.
Oh.
It says the basement door was left open at 5:26.
Basement door was left open at 5:26.
Visitor expected 148. That's when she got home.
She go home at 1:48.
So what is he talking about? A visitor at 5:26? Was he talking about in the morning? Left the door open at 5:26 in the morning.
I think it must be, yeah.
Okay, and then 1:29, because that wouldn't. I'm surprised the cop didn't pick up on that, because that doesn't even make sense. Like, why would he leave the door open? He said that he when he left, she was in bed. Why would the door go open at 5:36 if he left at 5:15? You know, that's what he said. Idiot.
So he's about to make his move here for the ring, guys.
His move, his swap move.
Just watch the way he does this. It's unbelievable.
Visitor expected 12:10. That was when she came.
You pull up the video at the 12:10. See, was it front door?
12:10. That was Nikki.
That was you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ed was beeping at me out in the field.
There we go. There he was.
Look at how he did it too. It was not subtle at all, huh? He's like, shit, I could get that ring. Look at nothing. When you guys go, oh my God, guys, come here! I found a ring. You know,
Unbelievable.
like, Nicole, what did she say to you? What did she tell you? Like, that's what you'd be doing. You know.
Did she mention anything when she was away?
Exactly. You saw her last. What did she say? Was she sick? Da, da, da. You know, no. He sits there and doesn't even speak with the white ring. That's weird.
Unbelievable. And she just stares at him like, "Are you for real right now?"
She's like, yeah. She's probably like, what the hell?
He can't even hold it. You know, just.
But how
literally in the furthest extremity of his body is possible.
Yeah. But it's like he's looking at her. He's not even looking at the ring. He's looking at her like, say something. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to say. Like, that's what he looks like, you know.
And look at his lips again, BBT. He's doing
Right.
that.
You're right.
Lip.
Yeah, and think about it. When she does say, like, when they do acknowledge the ring, like, it's not like he says, like, what does this mean? It's almost like he doesn't even care. Like, he doesn't even mention. You know, it doesn't matter to him. You know.
Yeah, he thought the curtains were going to close on the production here, you know? He thought this was going to be the end.
Yep, that's roll call done. I'd love to know what that cop's thinking right there, you know? He's got to be putting shit together.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying earlier. There's got to have been knowing looks and winks or whatever between the cop and Nicole and her son, you know, just looks of understanding that they all are kind of aware of how
even saying anything.
this guy is.
Right, like nobody in there is thinking about. There's 4 people in there, and nobody's speaking. You know, it's weird. Like, you know what I think they all know. Like that's my theory, is that they know something's up. But like nobody's saying like, oh my God, did she do this? When was the last time she went here? Did she go to a doctor? Like, no one mentioned her doctor's appointment. No one, you know what I mean? It's like it's scary to look back on it. You know,
it is.
They're not discussing it at all. Like it's weird.
I think they're only communicating through their eyes, the other 3, you know.
But that's even weird. You know, if this was like nothing, if this was nothing bad, I would think that this would be like, they would be going like, brain, should we make posters? Should we call her mother? You know what I mean? Like, should we start?
Who can we call? Where can we check?
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, like, should we get the news media back? You call these people. I'm going to set up this place. We're going to do a search tomorrow. Like, I don't care who he is. That's what would have happened, in my opinion. It didn't have to be right. It didn't have to be neat. It didn't have to be clean. It just had to be done, and he doesn't even go there. He doesn't even ask. You know,
Yeah.
it's weird.
Maybe it's just his aura. There's a certain creepy aura maybe just descended upon them all. I don't know. You know.
Something seriously, like it's speechless.
Oh, hey, Antimony. Good to see you.
Does she do her work from a laptop, or is it just
phone?
Just from the phone?
What about your bank account?
He's asking questions. You know.
It's not a joint account.
It's a joint account, but like she controls all of it. Like she doesn't let me do the finances because I was pretty horrible back in the day, so she just kind of handles all that.
What they were asking though, you know, they asked you know the PIN number. They didn't say who does the finances. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like they just said, do you know the damn PIN number? They didn't say like who does the finances and why. You know?
I know. He just needs words to be coming out his mouth, so he's
Right,
grabbing
right.
for anything.
Yep. He has no boundaries. Doesn't know when to shut up. Like who cares what you fucked up in your past? You know?
Have her log in to get into it.
Okay.
Can you log into your account though?
I can. No, I don't have a laptop, but she has the one downstairs still. But her login is different. Her login, I don't know her login. Like I know the password, but I don't know her login.
He lied. He doesn't know he said I know the password, I don't know how to log in.
Yeah.
The login.
I never caught that.
Right, if she's getting gas or
Yeah, somewhere.
what days does she typically do work?
Every day.
Every day.
Yeah, it's always.
What was the name of the company again?
Lebel. Lebel.
Where are they based out of?
Texas. But they don't have like they don't have like an office. It's just all.
Does she have someone that she reports to though?
She has her leaders, but they're both in northeast part of the country. Like that, she has Addie Maloney. She has Amanda Aikman. She has Sam Paisley.
No. No.
Some no school, not both of their yeah.
It didn't look like she went through and packed up
No, I mean,
bag or anything.
This and all that on the bottom, so it'd be kind of hard to tell if she took a little bit, or I mean, it'd be easy to tell if she took a lot, but it's hard to tell if she took a little bit or not.
Amanda's out of town because her brother died, and she's not flying back to.
So I feel it's less repetitive.
Okay. So.
What did you say there? Less repetitive?
What's up?
What did he just say there? You don't have to rewind it, but you catch what he says.
I didn't catch that last bit. Sorry.
Repetitive?
Might have done. I don't know.
I don't know what he said that for. He said less repetitive. Huh.
Well, anyway, this is the coup de grace, I guess, over in the neighbour's house, and we're going to witness Chris wishing that the floor beneath him would just swallow him up.
Yep.
And this is something to witness.
What's that?
Nothing on there.
You just have
My camera.
truck up to the
Lay down.
Loaded my stuff up in my coolers, my water jugs, my book bag, my computers.
Oh, Snoop's saying he was talking about switching from being a mechanic to the oil field.
Maybe.
Yeah, Antimony, we were talking about, like, why this case, you know, just persevere so much, and I think it is because there was so much discovery made available so quickly, and all this body cam, and just
Yep.
the social media aspect as well
Notes,
from
yeah,
CNN.
notes like phone calls, confessions. Like I mean, we had everything like polygraphs, everything, interviews.
Yeah, and exactly. It never went to trial, so there was never really a sense of closure, even despite his confessions. People just didn't get that sense of ultimate
Nobody else
closure.
got to even speak besides him. Essentially, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
nobody really else got to say what like on at least on like under oath with where I guess like there was nothing else except for like what he said.
Yeah. Yeah, Jamie and Nate definitely had his number right from the beginning because he had a baseline with Chris. He knew what Chris was normally like, how he normally carried himself. And yeah, he was observing him. I mean, as Chris is watching the monitor, Nate is watching him just as much
Yeah,
as
he
he's
did.
watching the monitor.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Some of the tools that I have in the toolbox, I knew I was going to have to do some pumping into rubbers today.
Can you imagine what is going through his head right now when he is now understanding that Nate has this security footage? Now, he already knew he had it, right? That's why he put his truck so far back. But he's not expecting to be standing here right now
Right,
looking at it, wondering if there's anything that he's,
right. Like he
any
doesn't know.
mistakes he's made, right?
Imagine not knowing what's coming up in the next minute. And if what would he have done if they say, "Holy crap! What are you like? What are you?
Yeah,
What's in that? What's in that barrel?"
I
Matt,
know.
what would they do? Cuff him right there.
I know, right?
It's just so weird. Like that could have showed that.
That's what I was out so far.
Is this on continually
Yep.
recording?
Yep. Well,
It's not, is it motion or is it, okay, so it's motion.
any motion event that happened?
He's not even looking at it.
I was driving from this street.
What's up?
He's not even looking at it.
He doesn't wanna. He wants it to go
No.
away. Look at
I
the
mean,
way he's.
obvious right there. Like when you don't care when you be like drooling over it, like, oh my God, is that my baby?
Oh, I know. He's terrified.
Yeah.
And look how close he's holding his phone to his chest. It's like he wants to escape into the phone, into the ether.
Oh,
He's
God.
holding the
I love
phone so he doesn't have to
they
look at
say like,
anyone.
I love when the cop goes, "You can go," and it takes off like you could see like flames under his feet. He like
Yeah,
runs out of there like, "See you guys later, bye."
like the Roadrunner, right?
Seriously.
And there's one moment where it's getting really bad for him, and he quickly glances towards the door, and it's almost like he just is ready to run.
From this street, and this is him at 517.
Look at him. You won't look.
Usually park out there on the side. I just want to get everything back in. Be easier, so lugging everything out there, all the tools that I had to bring in. So lugging everything out.
BBT, watch this again. Watch his face closely as he turns from the TV towards the door. There's a
Okay.
look of horror and disgust that he's in this situation. It's
Yeah.
written all over his face.
Out there, all the
Because he can't look at his phone now because he's put it in his pocket, I think.
Yeah.
that I had to bring in.
Wow.
I mean, he turns his entire whole body around, like back towards that.
Yeah.
He was making an escape route.
The hands on the head. It's just so blatant.
He's freaking out. Look at him swaying back and forth. Oh God, he must
Yeah.
be in. I mean, that's weird.
And the black humor of when his sunglasses fall down on his face.
What else can I do with this?
Hey, would you hear him? What he say? What else can I do? Is that what he
Well,
said?
yeah. What else can I do?
Meaning, like, can I go? Can you send me away?
Yeah.
The-
Should I
man,
should I go somewhere?
That's really that's huge, Rabbit. Think about what. So he doesn't know what's on there, right? And that could be the answer to finding his little babies. And he said, "What else can I do?" In other words, he's not interested.
Unreal, right?
Yeah, you can watch this film, dude. You know,
Yeah. Yeah. You might see.
you can't. Yeah.
What else can I do with it?
My detective just showed up, so he'll probably want to talk to you. He'd probably, like I said, he might have you call like the bank and see if there's any kind of activity.
Because if there was any sort of action out
On
there,
his cameras,
I would have got it.
like
Right.
we had issues the other week when people were stealing stuff out of like garages and stuff like that, and I had parked my truck
I
up
had
here.
to park right here.
Yeah, so someone
See if
I could
anything
see where
happened.
someone tried to jimmy with a flathead screwdriver over there.
Okay, Chris.
But
You know,
if any action would have happened, any cars or anything left your house, I would
Yeah, if it would
have got it.
have been like right in that area, it should. I mean,
Oh, it'll pick up anything coming down the street this way.
you know where that tree is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
that's the best. He's like, really?
That's not
Mate, it's
everybody loves
amazing.
that one. But like, you'll see this car.
He's taking none of his bullshit and he's making sure the cop hears it.
That was it. He was savvy. That dude was savvy. I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
What security system do you have?
That's when you get caught. You can see this car starting to drive down the street.
That one.
Oh, look.
See what I'm saying? It picks up all the way down there.
He's next door.
There we go.
Look at that. You want me to go?
Yeah, because what?
Please let me go is what he's really saying.
Can I go now?
Yeah. Because what Nate is also really confirming here is that there is zero evidence of the kids or Shanann leaving. You know?
Yes. Yep. Exactly. But there's a lot of evidence of him,
Yeah.
doing things that are like
Or out of the norm, you know.
yeah.
And he goes over and over and over, like which tools he's putting in the back, and just giving way too much information
Yeah.
on
And look at
nonsense.
what he's talking about. Everything but his kids and his wife. Like anything but,
Yeah.
Like the guy who Jimmy broke into his house, the guy that, broke into his house, what he brought for lunch, where he's working, why he brought, everything but his kids.
Yeah. He's a terrible actor, Snowline.
Pick up cars coming this way. I get anything coming this way and make it turn. So, and usually at night I pick up the cars pulling a U-turn. So, unless they pulled right here,
Yeah.
but I would have caught her walking out. Diesel.
It's good.
But yeah, I got nothing.
Nothing for the rest of the day.
No, that's it.
That's so eerie, isn't it?
She's pregnant as well.
That's the first time he mentions that she's
Yeah.
pregnant.
Like he remind him. You got to remind her,
God.
Like, oh yeah, shit, she's pregnant,
Forgot, cop.
Seriously,
Forgot to
yeah,
tell you.
it's weird. It's creepy almost,
Far along.
14, 15 weeks. That's why her friend said it was low blood sugar.
And see, I got her friend leaving out here at 2 in the morning. I think.
Yeah, so he's got the footage of Nicole dropping Shanann off. And there's zero film of her leaving.
My camera.
He's not even phased by that,
I know, right? See, he almost ran there, I think.
Did you go check if anything was missing around your house?
There was nothing. It was all like those blankets and stuff. And then her lawyer was in my thing. Her phone was still there.
She dropped her off at 1 in the morning, right?
My doorbell said 1:48. She came in.
This is for February at 1:48.
So as soon as it picks up motion, it like back off. Okay. I thought you.
That was the start of the video.
Yep. 1:48
In the morning.
I didn't pick her up going into the house though.
It didn't. And I usually pick him up when he comes walking through here.
Mm-hmm.
I pick him up. So it doesn't show her walking into the house. If she would have walked by, we would have saw him. That's okay. The other dogs. They see all these people coming in, they're like, what is going on? Yeah.
I'm sure as well, BBT, it was shown after the fact that, you know how you see him on his phone sporadically, that he was actually receiving and sending messages back and forth with NK at certain points as this is going on.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, that was true, right?
Yeah.
But did you ever read them? Because they did release text messages. I'd be curious what they said.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure if we...
Pull them apart. You know that cops got those, you know?
Yeah. And Timony thinks that he told the Thayers some of what happened. Do you know that couple that he was staying with for a few days?
Oh, they really? No way. I don't think that. But what? Wouldn't they say it? Wouldn't they come? They would never protect him. Don't you think? Like, I think they caught on to they suspected him after. I mean, they had a baby in that house. That tortured them that he could have done this and stayed in that house.
I think they did they not drive him to his last sort of interrogation where he didn't come back?
Yeah, they did. Yep. And like they were friends with him. Like they all went out together and they never saw anything. So like it made total sense why they did what they did. You know, like I wasn't skeptical of what they did at all because like that was their friend. You know, they thought they were doing right by her. You know, like
And,
you know, like
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, and just to go back to what we were saying at the beginning, he was, to all observers, a doting father,
Yeah, for
he
sure.
looked the part.
How long does it typically record for?
30 seconds, I believe, at a time. But this is at 1:48, and then the next one I have is 1:05, whatever. So nothing, no cars came through because I guarantee with the headlights, it picks up the headlights automatically.
And my Vivint said that at 5:27, my garage door was left open. But that could have been the sensor as well. It says it was shut during the day. But I think when Nikki's son, he may try to move the door around, maybe when they were trying to get in the garage door, and it probably broke the laser there. That's because my alarm started going off.
Well, I know he said the front door he tried going in, but he had the lock up.
That's for
So
the
that
kids,
set
so
it
they don't
off,
get out.
right?
remote on the outside doesn't work anymore. It got wet. And
That didn't make any sense. You hear that? The remote outside doesn't work anymore. It got wet. Well, it's on the outside, stupid. It gets wet. Get wet a lot. You know, like
Yeah.
you know.
I'm sure it's built for that purpose, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like it was a garage door opener. You know, like you know.
This is why would he pull past this part? You can see him pull past.
That's him reversing, isn't it? Into the garage.
I have a feeling this dude poured over this before
Yeah.
Are you able to record this?
he was searching high. I think, yeah.
I'd have to call Comcast so I can get him to do whatever. But watch, you'll see him get out. And he walks back and forth a couple times.
Is this after Chris has left?
To be completely honest with you, my wife and I,
And again,
when she was on,
Ah, yeah, that's after Chris left. I wanted to see that.
oh, it was. Oh, I didn't. He escaped fast. I didn't see that. The heck, he hightailed it fast. We didn't even notice.
All right.
so yeah, that was it.
All right. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. Hopefully something comes up here.
Like, look at that. Hope something comes up. Yeah, he like that was bad.
Can't get out quick enough.
Yep. Like he's like, yeah, no.
You just want to go talk to him? I'm going to get his info real quick. No.
Who's that look for you? He's never rocking back and forth, and if you look, he never loads his stuff in and out of the garage ever.
Right.
And it doesn't look like he came from right here. It looks like he came from down the street. And then the other thing that doesn't make sense is why would he pull past this part? You can see him pull past.
Are you able to record this?
Uh-huh. I'd have to call Comcast so I can get him to do whatever. But watch, you'll see him get out. And he walks back and forth a couple times. To be completely honest with you, my wife and I were kind of wondering when she was on vacation if something happened, because I've heard them full out screaming at each other at the top of their lungs, and he gets crazy.
Does he? And that's pretty recently.
Yeah.
I wonder why he lied about that. Why do you think that he did that?
To get away from the situation.
I know, right? I think he did acknowledge that he was inaccurate, didn't he?
Yeah, he acknowledged that he lied. It wasn't like, yeah, he didn't mistake it. He said that they constantly fight and he can get crazy. Like, that's not true, you know?
I think he maybe just got caught up in the excitement or something in the moment.
Yeah, maybe. But like, he had it. Like, he was awkward enough. He didn't need to, like, I don't know. It just seemed just weird to me. Like, what the heck's he doing? You know?
Yeah, I know.
Maybe he's trying to convince him. You know?
Give your ID handy.
He looks nervous.
I just don't understand why he keeps explaining himself over and over what he's getting exactly what he's doing exactly.
Did you see an interview with one of Shanann's friends, Lauren?
Yes.
And Tiffany's bringing up. Did you?
Yeah. I think I remember. I think I do remember it. I got confused because there was like 2 of her friends or 3 of her friends that got had interviewed, but I do remember Lauren. I do.
Because the friend Lauren apparently thinks that the Thayers knew more than they were letting on.
I think they
knew more than anyone.
see. I don't. But from Chris's mouth, I don't. I mean, maybe they. I don't know. I think they were totally caught off guard. I mean, they were. I thought they were sincere in their when they were interviewed. You know, the next
Mhm.
day or whatever. He was
Mhm.
crying. The guy was crying. I mean, he
I
was.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think they were. I think they were blown away. That's my thought is that they didn't see any. You know,
Mm.
maybe they started to suspect it like when he wasn't coming because he didn't come out of that police station. They were waiting in the parking lot. Remember for like how many hours? You know, when he was into getting
Oh,
interviewed, remember
that's right.
that drove them. So they were waiting in the parking lot for him. I remember Chris saying. So maybe they started to like suspect it. You know.
Mm. So I'll see what he's saying here.
I've never seen him. If he loads his stuff, he normally just walks back and forth because I get him on camera.
What does he usually load up?
All he usually has is a lunch box and a book bag, looks like a computer, and usually a water jug. That's it. But the fact that he was in here and explaining to it over and over and over,
Well, odd.
it doesn't. He doesn't look worried. He looks like he's trying to cover his tracks. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And if he's loading his stuff, why isn't he walking back and forth? But I can't see what he's doing in the back of the truck because he pulled into the garage. And he knows my camera's there.
He was
Yeah,
definitely.
cameras around here, you know.
That dude, you got to give that dude credit, dude. He didn't miss that. He spelled it out. He said, he knows my camera's there. He backed the truck, and I can't see this part right here. He's nervous. He doesn't usually do. I mean, I didn't like what this cop says to him, and he says, "Well, how would you act if you know?" Like
I know.
he kind of like dismisses him. I didn't like that. I remember him doing that. I mean, this kid,
That's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
yeah, this kid essentially tipped that policeman off and said, like, everything this dude is doing is out of character. I mean, he nailed it. He said he drove his
Yeah.
car there, you know?
Yeah, you should have had a medal.
I think so too. Seriously, look at it. That kid found the phone. He found the surveillance camera. The girl found the girl found that he wasn't that she didn't leave the house. I mean, they all solved the crime. Truly.
Three of them, yeah, between the three of them.
Yeah, really. Like, think about it. Nicole showed up and did that. She went to the doctor's office. She got that evidence, right? She did. And then, and then think about it. She got like she had all this shit about like knew how she was in the that kid finds the phone and this kid's got the surveillance.
I know, right?
Crack the case, these three.
They literally did.
Yeah.
I'm sure a bunch of them do, but not that I know of.
Okay.
You guys look around.
Hey, I'll look at.
Yeah,
I'll do a search here in a minute.
all these Fords kept coming up missing, so we moved in here. I put this in. And like you said, someone was breaking into it. He said that someone was breaking into his toolboxes of his truck. So I told him he could park his truck out there in case they saw something. Diesel, I know you want to go play with the baby so bad.
Her mom was texted me that we were the work. We have a GPS truck that doesn't really go.
Okay.
Just FYI.
Don't you think it's, look at them.
I know. I'm
Kinda
trying
odd.
not to.
No, I'm just saying it's kind of odd that he pulls his truck back behind my camera. The cut off, the truck's in the garage right now. And he
Poor Nicole, did you hear her in the background there?
What'd she
Slightly frustrated. I think she just doesn't want to think the worst. She doesn't want to
Yeah.
fear the worst.
Yeah. What did she say though? Did you hear what she said?
I think she just said, I know, but
Yeah.
she didn't
Yeah.
quite finish her sentence.
Yeah. Pretty.
No, I'm just saying it's kind of odd that
Her mom was texted me that we were the work. We have a GPS truck that doesn't really go.
Okay.
Just FYI.
don't you think it's, look at them.
I know. I'm
Kinda
trying
odd.
not to.
No, I'm just saying it's kind of odd.
She said, "I'm trying to not think of it."
Yeah.
The cut off, the truck's in the garage right now. And he never backs his truck into the
That's
driveway.
what her friend Christina was saying.
Diesel.
She's like, he never backs his truck up. Her mom said it too. She's like, he carries his stuff out in the house. He
Yep.
doesn't back his truck up.
I have him on camera doing that when he does it. Because when he was parking his truck over here, The other thing that was odd is while she was gone, he kept parking his truck and her car over here.
That's weird. Do you
I know, right?
His house right here. Took the car out of the garage? Oh, the car was parked over there for a long time, like a couple days.
This is past weekend?
No.
It was when she was gone for 6 weeks.
Oh,
But I thought it was kind of odd that he never parked in front of here or right here. He said someone broke into his truck and he parked over here. I have no idea. Hey, he's acting so suspicious. He's normally, you can ask them, he's normally quiet, real subdued. He's over here telling you 3 times what he took out, what he did. He's very, he never talks. So the fact that he's over here blabbing his mouth makes me kind of suspicious.
yeah, but I mean, put yourself in his situation.
Oh, I agree.
You know, anyone's going to be nervous. You don't know what to do.
his whole family?
Hmm.
Oh, like I didn't like that at all when that cop said that. Like, you know.
Yeah, I know. I guess the best thing you can say is maybe he was just trying to be as professional as he could be, but
Let's play a devil's advocate, but you know.
it doesn't sound good.
I mean, they didn't know about him, you know. They were just kind of saying like he did something like I'd be the same way. Like it's suspicious. Like he's acting crazy, you know.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm just saying the way he told you 3 times what he brought with him, why is he telling you exactly what he brought with him instead of saying, oh, they didn't see anybody out here, he didn't see anybody doing anything.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he so worried about you knowing what he's carrying out? That's all I'm saying.
What's that?
Do you want to go through some more of the kind of close-up of the truck footage?
Yes.
BBD? Yeah.
Yeah. Because you know what I always wondered, and this is something that I always questioned. I'm not so convinced that I feel like she could have, or if they found proof of it, I would believe that she could have been like in that truck. You know what I mean?
Would you?
Like I felt like I saw.
Are you talking about NK? Are you?
Yes.
Ah, right. Okay.
Sorry. I should have. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like if, like I said, I'm not. I don't think she was, but I feel like if I found out she was, I would absolutely not be sure. Like I feel like I could see her phone in the back, like in the car. You know.
Right. Well, just to give credit here, this is actually a video from a long time ago by Zavgirl. I think everyone knows Zavgirl.
Yep.
I'll put her link in the chat for
She's
anyone
good.
that would like
She's
to.
real good.
Oh, she's great.
Yep.
And this is a video with her thoughts regarding this security footage. That's her channel in chat. For any of you guys, if you want to check her out, subscribe if you're not subscribed already.
She did a ton on the watts, huh?
She did, yeah.
Yeah, she was good at it too.
So let's go through this here.
See, do you see what I see? See? Do you see I already saw the phone. See, like, go see those 2 dots, those 2 lights?
Up here.
Yeah, now go in the middle. See that dot in the middle? Go in the middle.
There.
Yeah. Now watch that light. Rewind it and watch that light. Keep your eyes like on that light. See? That's moving.
Ah.
Now watch, it keeps doing it. Like it looks like it almost looks like when he comes out. See? Now the car opened, dude. See?
Could that not just be, the light that would be kind of on the underneath of the?
But keep watching. Yeah, it could be. I'm not saying that what it is, but it could be. Now keep watching because you're gonna see like it moves. It almost looks like
actually moves.
Yeah, it looks like she goes in the back seat. Watch, keep going. It's crazy. Yeah, watch it. It's crazy. See, then it gets big. That looks like a cell phone to me. See that?
No, do you know what that is?
What?
Let me go back. what you see when it gets brighter there, that's a separate light. It's the reflection from the neighbour's car, I think. Because if you watch, the light that comes up is that little light there is still there. Watch. See? That's two different lights.
No. Okay, she'll keep watching though. All right, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on there. But watch though, then it goes away. That watch when it moves. Okay. Watch. See, like that little light, like almost like looks like it's blended in with it. Now, but just watch, because I agree with that part. But watch, it like comes back, like later on, it comes back. I don't even know where, but I could find it. But
now it's in reversing in.
Yep. So now watch. So like now this is when it'll show up. Watch. See, see what? Hold on. Watch. Hold on. See the light right there. See it? See the dot?
There.
No. Go right. Go right there. Right there. Right. Yeah. Watch that.
It's so stationary though. If it was a phone, it'd be kind of moving about.
Watch though. Like she could be sitting scrolling. Watch. Just watch. Hold on. Watch it.
No, you're right though. I've seen it move there. I'm sure it is. Go back a little bit, right?
Now watch it. It gets crazier more. And he's in the back seat right there. Like, or you know what I'm saying? So like, this is when it's almost like she wouldn't be scrolling at this point. Like you watch, it's crazy.
It goes back.
Yep. So now it makes sense that she's not scrolling because he's right there talking to her. Like that to me makes sense. Now watch. When he goes away, it goes back on. I think he was texting her in the house if she was there. I was convinced at this. See that?
Yeah.
See, now he's gone. So it would make sense that she's on her fucking phone. Just watch though, dude. It gets freakier. Like I'm convinced. Like when he brings the bodies out, it looks like she moves almost to the front. It's bizarre. Like I'm convinced. Like watch. Like it gets darker. It gets lighter. And you know what else I remember too, Rabid? You're gonna see this and you're gonna die. It fades. Like there's one point where it gets real bright and it almost like fades out. It's weird. It like I remember. I'm not saying it's a phone. I'm just saying, like
It's worth looking at, right? Yeah,
I was obsessed with this, and like I couldn't talk myself out of it. Like
and
when
like one of the comments that Zav Girl put up there, the lights don't go on and off at the same time, which is what you'd presume from opening and closing the door.
Yeah. Like watch when he comes back out, dude. It shows it again. It's bizarre. It keeps doing it. But think about, dude, if she was in the car, it wouldn't those lights wouldn't go. Like he couldn't lock the door because she's in there. You know what I mean? You can't do. So that makes sense. Those lights wouldn't be in unison.
Yeah.
See, she's questioning it, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I saw a ponytail, her walking out the garage, strolling around. Like, I didn't buy that bullshit,
It's just so pixelated. You can kind of see anything you want to see sometimes,
You're right. But there's no doubt that's a light that was there and then not. Watch, because like I agree with what she's saying that he was using his keys to unlock and lock the door. I do agree with that. But what I'm saying is I just don't. I think that hold on, when you can see it See, now it's going out like it fades out a little bit. I was zooming in on this. I went nuts. This thing. You're triggering me. Grab. You know what I forgot though? That like I forgot how long though this truly is uncut. Like he didn't just run in and run out. He was gone. This took like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Like you lose sight of that. You know what I mean? Like so whatever he's doing in there right now, like you like before this it was 45 minutes. Like
No, it's horrible.
see now he's coming out. Watch, he came out. See the light gone.
Yeah.
See? Because he just came out. Now see, now it's bad. Like you can see, it's like almost like she's. If that would make sense. So now he's unlocking the car, but it's off now. Now it's gone. That light, the little light.
Yeah.
Now watch, he's gonna come back on right away. Hold on, watch. See, because his car's still open right now. Right. So if that makes sense though, like why are his interior lights on? If she was in there, it would make sense. See, that's when I think. So that's when I think he dragged her out, right?
Yeah, into the back. Yeah, the back.
Yeah. Now watch when you see the light. Yep. See, I don't think he carried her like that. I don't. That's too risky.
It's been a while since I've seen this.
I know.
Is this the part where some people think that that's the shadow
It
of
comes right
one of
after
the
this. Yeah,
girls?
right after this. This is when I think he's walking backwards and he's dragging her in. I think he has her in like the barrel. I do. I think he has her in that barrel. And when what she's seeing that jerking motion is when you tilt the barrel when it's on wheels. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Because he has to remove her from there and put her in the car.
Yeah.
Which is not an easy thing to do by yourself.
Well, that's it, dead weight. It's a lot heavier than I think
That
people
a
would think.
friend. I don't know. A friend told me.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? It's not. I
It's
don't think
walking,
it's
yeah.
as easy as just scooping her up.
Yeah.
She was
And
a
he is.
big. She was pregnant. I mean,
Yeah, and he's walking out into the street.
yeah. It looks like that wheelie thing. That's what I think. See, like, hold on. Yep. See, he's wheeling it backwards, wheeling it backwards. That's what I think. I don't know. Because I don't understand. So what is she saying? That he's dragging her and then he picks her up?
Yeah, like he sort of crouches a little bit and then sort of
But
moves
so
her
what
up.
is he doing? Like, how did he get her from the? Is she saying he dragged her? Like that? That's what I'm.
Hmm.
I think you can see it zoomed in. See, I think he's backwards there. He's walking backwards. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like his face is forward. I don't know.
If you think about it, it'd probably be more natural for him to do it backwards because then he's covering her body, right? Because he knows he's walking out into the open street, really. So it
Yeah,
would
the
be a
wheelie
more
bin.
natural thing to do.
Snoop says a wheelie bin. That's right. The wheelie bin. That's my favorite word.
Do you know what I mean, though? It'd be more natural, right? Because he's going to be worried. You never know who might,
That's what
you
I'm
know.
saying. He knows there's a
Yeah,
camera there, dude. He
yeah,
knows there's a camera there. I truly think, like, but it doesn't make sense that he would back his truck. I think he backed his truck so he could shield, like he used it as a fence, like a shield.
yeah,
I don't think he loaded them in that. He doesn't have a cover. That'd be stupid. You're not
yeah.
going to drive down the friggin' highway at sunset. What I mean, at sunrise, and with a body in the back of your trunk.
No
He's
matter how much you cover it up, right?
stupid, but he ain't that stupid. Like I think that was just to block it. To truly what he's doing right now. I think he's in that witchy. Yeah, that's my thing. Because he said, didn't he say he put a trash bag over her head?
No idea.
I think he said that. Yeah, he did. I'm almost positive. So why would he do that? So he covered her for that. You know what I mean? I'm almost positive he said that.
Snoop says it's easier to drag the weight.
Right. Don't you think though, Snoop? Like, that wheelie bin makes sense to me. I truly does, And I think that right there where, like, he's going right to his door, the back door. I mean, because if he was dragging her, you would see it underneath. We can see right under that car,
Mm.
So if like I'm saying, if she was see that the light comes back, but not that one. The second one. See the light in the back? It's not the one right there. I'm pointing on it like you can see my screen. No, not that one. Go back. Watch right there, right around there. No, the other one. Not back on your computer. Back on the arrow. It's right behind that. You'll see it. Watch. See it right there? Yeah, yeah, right. Yep. Watch. Yep. Watch that. Watch. See? It's like fades, dude. It doesn't like shut off and on. It fades.
Yeah, it looks like it's turning, doesn't it?
And then go down
It is going.
your arrow straight down. See, like I swear to yeah, like right there. Yep, see it, watch it. And when he comes closer, it goes on. It's like she's texting or whatever she's doing. Now it'll shut off. It's weird. I did more on this stupid light than anything on the watch. Watch it. It's crazy. It gets crazy. And I think I used Zav Girl's stuff. I want to say I did. Because she was questioning it. That's why I know I did.
That'd be crazy if she was in there.
I know.
Because I really didn't think she was in any way involved.
Think about it. He parked that truck down the street. Like she could have just snuck in that truck and he drove her up with it. Because that was out of character too. That his neighbor said, "Why keep parking way down the street?"
Yeah.
And remember, he asked him if he said, "Can your cameras see this down the street?" That was, and he blamed it on because he got
right,
yeah, he blamed it on because the robber, but that was probably crap. He wanted to be able to tell if, I don't know. I'm gonna make shit up. Well, see, so like he's not there right now, so it would make sense that like like that light would be showing.
Jay, I think the dogs were hitting on the garage a lot. I don't know if they were cadaver dogs, especially. You'd imagine they would have used cadaver dogs. From what I recall, the dogs were going crazy around about the garage, or the garage, as you say over there.
Now you'll see him. I forgot she zoomed in. You're gonna see it, Rabid. You'll see her till he'll think that it's a wheelie bin. See, so think of him dragging that backwards, And like I do think that that's a wheelie bin. See, now watch that light. Watch that light. Ready? This flips me out. See? And that's fading, dude. That is not like that is not, See, it's right there. It's above the no, it's above that. I think it's above. Yeah, watch. It's just it's not lit right now. See right there. Yeah. It's crazy, dude. Nope. See, that's where it is. Yeah, that's where it is. See, watch. And then it looks like this is when I think she looks like she gets in the back seat or wherever she moves.
It does go on and off a lot, right?
Look at where the car is. So, I mean, sorry, look at where the door is. That's exactly where someone would sit. If you look at the lights on the door, you can kind of see like, it looks like it's suspended in air. It's not, it doesn't look like it's attached to, you know what I mean? Like it looks exactly where it should be sitting.
it doesn't seem to be in sync at all with any of the other lights.
It's not like a quick off and on. It's like a. I thought of everything like of the leaves blowing, of the is it everything and nothing made sense except for like, and I don't even think it was true, but. Watch, yeah, see, watch, it gets crazy, and it's every time like he comes closer, like that's when it changes almost, like which like it's like whatever she's doing right now. I mean, who knows, Think about it. She was on that phone call with him for like what 3 hours the night,
But this night or the following.
Oh yeah, was it this one? Yeah,
night.
Yeah.
Oh hey Margot, good to see you.
Dude, when he towards the end, right? That light moves, and I swear it looks like it's crazy. You're gonna be like, oh no, I'm gonna have you like, oh, you're gonna be like now trying
to. I have to admit though, it does kind of make sense,
make any other sense. That's what I think. Like, what else could it be? No one has an answer. Because it doesn't, and you're gonna see it worse. Wait till like in the next, like it really gets creepy. This is nothing. I'm telling you, when it starts, and like freaks. I zoomed in on it. I did everything I could do.
And that's the shadow that a lot of people think is one of the kids, isn't it? And he scoops her up.
Yep. See that the car opened. Now watch, like so now it moved. You could see it. Watch. See, I swear that's her leg right there. See that white go straight down
right there.
That's what I think. She's moving right now. That's the body. That body's going in. Yep, that's what I think. Now watch the light. Watch the light. See, like I'm convinced, dude. See, there's the light. Watch. And you gotta think like his car door's open. So see, yeah. Why would that? That car door is open right now.
This one right here, isn't it?
You can see that. You see the light? Did you see the Did you see the like car light? I mean the car door. That was he opened that door, the passenger side door. He opened that passenger side door. He went around the front, like that was confirmed. You know what I mean? So like so like what I'm saying is like if like this is when I think like they were putting the body, everyone knows they were putting him in the back seat. This is when it like that light changes. When he walks away, see, hold on. Did you go around front already? I don't know if you went around the front already.
Oh, look here.
Yeah. Yep. See what? Yeah. See, she sees it. I remember this. Yep. See, so that I agree with that. But watch, that's the light that flips me out. So now she'd have to move her. That's what I'm wondering. Like, so it would make sense that she can't sit in the back now because she's That's
so creepy.
Yep.
That is definitely.
I think so. Yeah.
Definitely her.
And I trust that girl. For anyone out there that's maybe thinking like, is this edited? It's not.
And look how quickly.
Yep.
That disappears, right? Because the door has been slammed closed.
That's right. Yep. But look at it. Yeah. But see, yep.
Watch.
Yep. I know. It's great. Yep. And the light goes off. So it's like it almost shields that light, and then it pops on again. That little light. Isn't it crazy, Rabid?
Yeah.
You're gonna have like nightmares.
That's still the same light we're talking about there.
But if you rewind it, like I lose track of it sometimes. No, that's not it. It's right there. Sorry. See it?
There.
See the car door open? Now that's the door open again. See? Now look at watch. You're gonna see it again. I don't think you see it right now. I don't think it's on. So he went that way. So now let's think about it. Okay, right? Mm-hmm. Watch, hold on. So when he goes by, so he should be blocking that light. So he should, when he walks by there, dude, he should cut that light off. Like, watch when he does it. Watch, you'll see. Because I think what he does is he stops there, right? I don't know. I'm gonna sound crazy. I'm convinced, like he talks to, like he stops there.
Well, we've gone down the rabbit hole.
See? Look at. So he cut that light off right there. Watch. But then when you see him walk out, it stays off. Watch. So it's like it doesn't work right. Watch. When he like appears. So he's going to walk right now. So whatever he's doing, people say that he's pulled it. Like he pulled her. Watch though. See, now watch. That light came back on, right?
Mhm. Oh, that does look like he bends down and
It
picks
does. It
really
does. Dude, it does. It does. I questioned this too. I do. I did. But it looks like he slings something over his shoulder. Like that looks like a trash bag to me. Like it looks like he throws something over his shoulder. Like watch how he like it looks like I can't explain the shadow, but
It's the way the shadow clearly comes from the left to the right.
yeah, you're right. Yeah. That looked like that did look like her. Because you're right, and it didn't. It like moved. It didn't go like, you know what I'm saying. It's not like it's going. Yeah, like that's totally right where he bends down.
And he comes in from the right side, doesn't he?
No,
Huh?
no. Wait, what? No, the driver's side. He's on the driver's side right there.
Yeah, but does he walk in from this direction though when he picks?
Yes, but I
Yeah, yeah.
think what I'm saying though, what I think, like, if anything, either that, but it does look like he slings something over his shoulder. Watch when
Yeah.
it plays through. That's the only thing. This one, I'm torn on this one. Like, I'm not as convinced with this as the light.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like that. See what's that like back there? Exactly, like right back, almost like over his shoulder. Like why? See, but look at that light's gone. See over here, Rabbits go. Yeah, look at the passenger side. His doors were open. That light went off. See it?
Oh,
Watch.
here.
Nope. Nope.
Oh, up
Yeah.
there.
Nope. Nope. Right. Yeah, that. Watch. See, so the lights are on now. So the doors are open, right? Watch. Yeah. Oh, well, I didn't expect that. You got to rewind it. I think you had to rewind it. Sorry. All right, so watch. See, so see the door on the right, the light. Yep, watch. Yep, watch. So he's on the passenger side, dude. Watch.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like the door shut. See? And he's on the passenger side. How'd that light, like, see what I mean? Like, it looked like to me, that looked like that door shut. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because it didn't, all the lights didn't go out. It was just that one side. Why wouldn't they all go out? They're supposed to all go out in sync, dude.
And he wouldn't go up there and walk all the way around, would he?
Yeah, he did. That's what he did. Watch. You might have to rewind it more. Watch. Yeah, watch. Or maybe he walked around the front. I know he walks around the front. Maybe it was way back. But see, so now that door, but that light should have faded with that other light. Those are together. Those are your interior doors. I researched this. That one and the big one at the top. See, now why is that one on and the one at the top left is not? You know what I mean? Like, see, now that one is on. See them now? They're in sync. And look at the phone. Now the phone's back in the middle. See the middle right there? Yep. And then it moves. Like that's how I see it. I don't know.
God, you can see it, can't you? You can make the case. You definitely can. So
you should go back. Yeah, go back a little bit more because I do want to see just one piece, and then
which part?
If you can go back a little bit, tiny more.
To this bit?
Yeah, keep going back. I'll look. It might be. Yeah, keep going. It was like the part where, yeah, see, like right around this area. See right there, like, did you see that? Like that to me was like, yeah. So that looked like, see, it looks like that's see, but okay, that's what I mean. Like, watch.
Right here.
Yeah, rewind it. Yeah, so see, he's coming. Wait, I think this is where he comes on the left. I want to see where he comes out from the passenger side. Is that where he just walks from the passenger side out?
He's on that side. There.
Yeah, no, but he does he walk around here and come out that side? Because that's what I'm looking for. He does do it.
Yeah.
Because his door is open right now. That passenger side door is open, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think this is when he comes on that side, doesn't he? Yeah, he did. See, she cut it off.
Yeah.
God
Yeah,
damn
you
it.
can see him starting to walk down there.
No, but that's what I wanted to show you. Shit.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
but
you
she.
see him though. You do see him. It's
No,
just cut off just
I want to show you the
before.
whole thing. If you saw it, that's where like the most convincing. So did you see that? See the door move? Right. So see what I'm saying? That's impossible for him to do. He's already up by like I'm punching my thing. He's already see right there, and then when it's almost like he moves right, and so the right there the door was moving, and he's already out. You know what I mean?
That's
Like
it there, right there.
Now, yeah, now watch the other lights over to the right. Yeah, right there. Now watch. So right now he's blocking it, right? He's blocking that light with his body, right? Now you're gonna see him pop out. See? Now watch. So he's walking now to the wood. He's walking to the bush, like back to the house. See? Now watch. So if he shut the door right there, that light should go off. So it appears to me that like it. So now the lights are off, right? See now it's on, that big one's on. So he's got to be blocking that light. Someone's got to be blocking that light because that is an interior light. Those are together. He's not that genius. Watch. I think this is where he
The
comes
light
up.
should be there, shouldn't it?
That's where, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blocked.
Mm.
And
Who's
he's
blocking
there.
it?
He's
Right.
there right now.
Yeah. Right. And right. And that's what I'm saying. And then you see like the little the light. Now watch when he goes. Then you'll see the light. It's almost like it flickers because it almost appears like it's, you know, when you shut a door, like. But that light should be on. Those see, look at like so. Then, to me, that doesn't like you know what I'm saying. Like I don't think that's a sheet. I think that's it feels like to me like look at the light. See, yep, yep. Or yes, but I don't think it's shenanigans. I don't. That's what see. That's moving.
Yeah, I hear you.
And then you that would make sense if you're seeing if think of if she's sitting in the back seat with holding a cell phone. That's exactly what that leg would look like. You know, if that car door was open.
Let's go play at the right speed again.
I wish she didn't clip it because she does clip that one. Because once you time it, you're gonna be like crap. Like, yes. So see right there. That's what it was. So holy crap, it makes me scared. See, because that's right. Those are together. Those two lights, it should be together. That's perfect, right?
This one and this one, right?
Yeah, they're interior. Yes, those are in sync. That one's blocked right there, though, and he's on the other side. Just what you said, Rabid.
I've never looked at it like this before.
See? Like,
right?
I mean, yeah, now watch when he moves. It stays. Like, he's walking and they're still blocked. Watch. See? Like, watch. Right there. Watch. See? So, like, now, so, like that. See the flickering of the little light, and then the light moves right there. Oh, I wish we got to get the footage where he doesn't cut right there.
But you can still see where he is, though, right?
Yeah, right there, yeah. And he goes around the front. So that's how he gets to that side. So it makes sense that, like, think about it. If he was going around the front, to get by the door, it'd have to be closed. You know what I mean? That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
It's pretty convincing.
Shut up, Snoop.
I'll be honest with you.
I'm all fired up.
We're going to crack the case.
Me down the Watts case, did you, Rabbit? Jeez. I've managed to never, ever speak about the Watts. And now look at me. I'm like, ah! I'm going to start a rumor that NK was in the back seat. Good one, Snoop.
I feel partly responsible.
Carolyn is going to lose her shit when PPT said that NK was in the back seat with the cell phone. Yep. And that was her white leg. Oh. Hey, you never know. Crazier shit have happened, you know?
I know,
I'm
right?
not. I mean, she saw it. She did see it, you know? I don't agree.
Yeah,
But she,
Jay, she was supposed to be on the floor, yeah.
but she thinks it's a. She thinks that's a sheet. I don't. I don't think that's a sheet. I don't. Because I was on Snoop. Did you think that she had a trash? Did he say that he put a trash bag over her head? I always
I
thought
think
he did.
Snoop said that, yeah.
Yeah. So think about it. You wouldn't see necessarily that the sheet wouldn't. You know. I don't know. Maybe you would. I don't know. I'm more obsessed with the like lights patterns than you know. I did Snoop. All set. We're sending it to you. See, so when he comes out that way, all right, now it's showing it. Yeah, now watch it. She didn't cut it off. Watch. You're gonna lose your shit.
It's this light and this light, right?
Now
Definitely,
watch, yeah, because when he pops. So now watch. He's gonna come up. Hold on. Yeah, he's used two trash bags. Yeah. Snoop, get up here. Imagine Snoop Doggy Dog and Rabid Dog together. This is a bunch of dogs.
all right. It sounds like Snoop knows this case really well.
I know, Snoop Doggy Dog. That's because she was a mummy rambler. See, watch. See? So now look, there's a lot lights are in unison. You saw them come on together, right? They
Yeah,
show on every time together.
yeah. I'm going to analyze the hell out of this tomorrow.
Oh my god, you have no idea the hours I looked at this thing.
I think everyone has at some point, right?
I'm like, I'm gonna crack it. She did a good job with this.
Yeah.
See, it looks like she right there. That doesn't that look like he tilted it back? If that was a trash bin, that does look like a shadow, though.
Does
That,
look like
what else
two
could you,
separate bodies
what,
coming together there, doesn't it?
what else could you say that was? I
Hmm?
mean, how would you? People said the dog. It's not. I mean, what else could you say?
It's moving. Yeah, I just don't see it being the dog. I think the dog would be.
No.
You'd make sure the dog was
What do you
moving
think,
around.
Snoop? Are you in
Me,
the shadows?
Snoop.
Snoop Doggy Dog.
What do you
Tell
think,
us.
Snoop?
Tell us your theories, Snoop. It does look like. I mean, look at it. I mean, it really does look like.
Two separate bodies come together there,
Yeah,
definitely.
and he does look like he's picking something up. You know, I mean, he truly does. I know what it looks like to pick up a kid. That's what it looks like. You know, and he
If
looked like.
only it was. If
And
only it
it,
was a better camera.
and for sure, his face was towards the house. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
So what else? You know, I don't know.
Oh, he said he used two trash bags.
Yeah. See now, look at the other side. Like, watch. This is when I think it starts to happen. Watch. So see now that light. Why? Yep. And then there's a little light in the middle.
Yeah.
Mhm. See, oh, he moved. Damn it.
He goes,
That always throws me off when he moves it. I'm never like ready for it. I thought it showed him walking out.
creepy.
He looks so weird in that shot, like of him walking.
So deliberately walking back. It's almost like he's marching.
But you know what you can definitely tell. Remember when his coworker said he was dressed like really sloppy that day and he had one pant leg in? Like you can kind of see that he looks like he
Yeah,
has one in one out. I think that you can tell like you know what I mean? Like it does look like that.
yeah.
Did you love all the like shit that was going around when they like I saw one person that was like Nicole's like crawling on the like this tree.
Every possible theory, yeah.
It's
That's the
so
thing with this type of camera, right? Because it's so pixelated. If you look long enough at any certain part of the footage, you can see pretty much what you want, you know? But you can't ignore those lights. You know, they're either the lights are there or they're not, and they fade for a reason, right?
yeah.
You got me thinking. You got me
I'm
thinking.
telling you, you gotta find the footage. I think Zav would probably have it, but where he pops out the other side, that it's like creepy. It's weird. It's different. Like that's where it all is. But yeah, you see what Snoop wrote?
Yeah, the toss over the shoulder.
Yeah,
They think
you
was
might
an
be right.
overloaded man.
Like, there's no way. Look at how light it is. There's no way he would put them in the bed of the truck. You know.
Nah, no way.
You know, like I think he backed that truck up there because it was to shield. You know, I don't know. That's my opinion.
Well,
That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
it's a good
And
theory. I'm
the truck.
gonna go over that tomorrow, BBT.
Yeah, gonna Rabbit. You're gonna crack this case. Oh, it's already cracked. I forgot. Damn it.
Of course, right? It's done and dusted.
Yep, case closed. Can't even talk about it anymore. Funny.
All right, BBT, I'm going to turn in. But listen, this has been probably my
Thank
longest
you, Rabbit.
live. It was great.
Thank you
Really
very
enjoyed
much.
that.
Yes, thank you, chatters. Anytime. Let's keep going, Rabbit. Let's tear this shit apart.
Yeah, let's keep digging.
I would love to do this for the for his interrogation thing. Yeah. That like all that would be awesome.
Yeah, let's do that for the next one then. That would be
He's
cool.
talking to his dad and shit. That would be awesome.
Yeah, let's do
All
that.
right, I'm gonna dip. Thank you.
All right, BBT, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on. That was great. And thanks everyone for coming in. I appreciate it. It was great having Dana on. Really interesting to hear her side of things. I'm gonna at some stage. There's another interview's come out on the Sarah Boone case, which is actually quite revealing regarding what the neighbour heard, and I think it confirms something that a few of us um, have been theorising that she threw George down the stairs in a suitcase, and if you guys go and check out Mentor Lawyer, his most recent video on Sarah Boone, there's an interview with that neighbour, and it's pretty convincing that that is in fact what happened. So I might cover that soon, the next few days. All right, well, enjoy the weekend, everyone, and I shall talk to you all again. Good night.